Order, please. We'll now begin with the daily routine, beginning with presenting and reading of petitions. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a petition. I've affixed my signature to it. There are 331 signatures. The East River Valley Fire Department has significant concerns with the ability to provide timely responses to emergencies by both the East River Valley Fire Department and our mutual aid departments, in addition to EHS. If ambulance or mutual aid fire department first responders come from Stellarton, Plymouth, or Eureka, the alternate route adds up to as much as 12 kilometers to the response time. Mr. Speaker, the Springville Bridge provides vital transportation between the east and west sides of the East River Valley and connects many communities. The people of the East River Valley are concerned with delays in repairing the bridge and are requesting that the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure repair and reopen the bridge as soon as possible.
The petition is tabled. Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the information of the House, March is National Social Work Month, and today in the East Gallery, we're joined by a group of community services social workers from around the province. I would ask them to each rise as I mention their names. Megan Power, Child Protection Social Worker from Sackville. Laura Thompson, Child Protection Social Worker from Dartmouth. Heather Kerrigan, Permanent Care Social Worker from Halifax. Rochelle Williams, Disability Support Program Supervisor from Halifax. Kim Landry, Disability Support Program Coordinator from Halifax. Jennifer Moore, Child Welfare Program Audits Coordinator from Halifax. Jacqueline Duggan, Child Protection Social Worker from New Glasgow. Janine Bateman, Child Protection Social Worker from New Glasgow. Winifred Grant, Senior Advisor, African Nova Scotian Affairs from Halifax. Kelly Byrne, Social Worker, Children's Residential Services from Truro. Kim Smith, Disability Support Program Social Worker from Truro. Michelle McLean, Child Protection Social Worker from Truro. Catherine McCarthy, Disability Support Program Care Coordinator from Bridgewater. And Alison Considine, Foster Care Social Worker from Dartmouth. I would ask the members to give them the warm welcome of the House. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas National Social Work Month is a time for all Nova Scotians to recognize the important contributions social workers make to our society, and whereas this year's theme, Real People, Real Impact, is a fitting description of how social workers bring about social change by working with people who are in a tough place in their lives and often give people who need support a chance to restore their dignity by helping them overcome barriers. And whereas social workers are patient, skilled, adaptable, and flexible professionals ready at a moment's notice to attend to a situation to help someone in need. Therefore, be it resolved, the members of this House of Assembly thank social workers for the important work they do every day for Nova Scotians. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waivers. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
Thank you. Joining us, I believe, in the centre gallery, we have Sydney Kane, Hazel Muse, Carol Singer, Michelle McMullen, and Ed Saunders. Sydney and Carol are local leadership volunteers for the Kidney Foundation of Canada and are especially involved with the Kidney Walk campaign and assist the foundation raising funds for research and patient services. Hazel has supported the Kidney Foundation by fundraising in honour of her husband, who passed away from kidney disease. Michelle is the Development Coordinator for Nova Scotia, and Ed is the Development Manager for Atlantic Canada for the Kidney Foundation of Canada Atlantic Branch. So I'd ask my colleagues here in the Legislature to extend Sydney, Carol, Hazel, Michelle, and Ed the warm welcome of the House.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas 1 in 10 Canadians have kidney disease, and whereas organizations like the Kidney Foundation of Canada aim to promote education and research around kidney health, raise awareness about prevention of kidney disease, and provide support for people living with the burden of kidney disease. And whereas March 14th is World Kidney Day, a time to promote awareness of kidney health, risk factors, and kidney disease. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House of Assembly show their support for raising awareness about the importance of good kidney health. And Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage of without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the Fishermen's Scientific Research Society held their annual conference in AGM on March the 7th in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. And whereas the important meeting allows members, fishermen, scientists, industry workers, students, and the public to meet and discuss recent research findings within the fishing industry. And whereas the Fishermen and Scientific Research Society is a non-profit organization that exists to promote the long-term sustainability of our marine fisheries resources. Therefore, be resolved that all members of this House thank the Fishermen and Scientific Research Society on the important role they play with the sustainability of our marine fishing industry resource. Mr. Speaker, I'd ask request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There is a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of African Nova Scotian Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I make an introduction first?
Permission granted.
Thank you. In the East Gallery, we have with us today President of King's College, Bill Leahy, and an alumnus, Doug Ruck. If I could ask that people welcome.
The Honourable Minister of African Nova Scotian Affairs.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas University of King's College awards 2 major scholarships to help make education more accessible. The Dr. Carrie Best Scholarship for African Canadians and Indigenous students, and the Prince Scholarship for African Nova Scotian students. Whereas University of King's College first offered the Prince Scholarship in the 1960s, was the first university in Nova Scotia to offer the scholarship for African Nova Scotian students, and is dedicated to strengthening the academic success of young, diverse scholars and contributing to the intellectual, social, economic fabric of our society. And whereas government is committed to making a difference in the lives of all Nova Scotians by promoting, encouraging, and creating diverse institutions and workplaces across the province. Therefore, be it resolved that the members of the House of Assembly please join me in congratulating Mari Spencer, Marley Sampson, Kiara Doyle, and Eddie Cuevas, who received the Dr. Carrie Best Scholarship in 2017 and 2018, and thanking the University of King's College for developing our young people and helping them achieve greatness. I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. We'll now move on to introduction of bills. The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 34 of the Acts of 2001, the Lobbyist Registration Act.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 34 of the Acts of 2001, the Lobbyist Registration Act.
Bill number 114, entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 34 of the Acts of 2001, the Lobbyists Registration Act.
Ordered that this bill be read a second time on a future day. The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I make an introduction?
Permission granted.
I'd like to draw the House's attention to the gallery opposite, where we have two distinguished guests today. The gallery over there, Ms. Tanya Markovic and Nathan Rogers. Tanya is a board member with the Licensed Professional Planners Association of Nova Scotia, and Nathan is the president of the Licensed Professional Planners Association of Nova Scotia, and I ask the House to give them a warm welcome.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 12 of the Acts of 2011, the Public Procurement Act.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 12 of the Acts of 2011, the Public Procurement Act.
Bill number 115, entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 12 of the Acts of 2011, the Public Procurement Act.
Ordered that this bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Minister of Lands and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Conservation and Sustainable Use of Biodiversity in Nova Scotia.
The Honourable Minister of Lands and Forestry begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Conservation and Sustainable Use of Biodiversity in Nova Scotia.
Bill number 116, entitled An Act to Provide for the Conservation and Sustainable Use of Biodiversity in Nova Scotia.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. We'll now move on to notices of motion. The honourable member for Pictou East.
Statement.
Oh, pardon me.
That's it.
My mistake. We'll now move on to statement by members. The honourable member for Pictou East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be asking the indulgence of the House for a moment of silence after this. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in remembrance of Ron Russell. Ron Russell was an institution in this House, serving 8 terms as the MLA for Hants West. Ron served in many cabinet portfolios and most ably and respected as a revered Speaker of this House. All this after a distinguished career in both the New Zealand and Canadian Armed Forces. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members to rise and join me in a moment of silence to honour Ron Russell. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm going to ask that all members please rise in a moment of silence to recognize the former member of this Assembly, the Honourable Ron Russell. Thank you. The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Debbie and Jim Lowther, who yesterday celebrated the opening of VETS, the Veterans Emergency Transition Services Drop-In Centre on Ochterlony Street in Dartmouth. VETS caters directly to veterans who have left the military, offering immediate help with navigation, resources and support. Reintegrating into civilian life is a challenge compounded by the residual impact of experiences in the military. Veterans are often at risk for homelessness or are struggling with PTSD. With funding help from Hockey Helps the Homeless and private donors, VETS is providing a safe, stable, understanding place where veterans can get help navigating and accessing services to help find suitable jobs, housing and health care. They've only been open for a week, Mr. Speaker, and before they made it official yesterday with their grand opening, they had already assisted 40 veterans in need of support. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to welcome Jim, Debbie, and their amazing staff and all of the veterans they helped to downtown Dartmouth.
The honourable member for Kings South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the impact of remarkably skilled teachers cannot be overstated. They influence and inspire young minds. New Minas teacher Tema Flecker is one of those teachers. Recently, Tema was recognized for her work at the Booker School as the 2018 recipient of the Governor-General's Excellent in Teaching History Award. The project undertaken by Tema's class that drew national attention focused on the removal of the Cornwallis statue in Halifax. Students researched the history of Cornwallis, Nova Scotia's British and French settlers, and the Mi'kmaq, and the context around the creation of the statue in 1931. From this research, students created their own unique solution to the debate over the future of the Cornwallis statue and submitted their proposal, titled The Conversation. They submitted it to the committee charged with considering the future of the statue. Mr. Speaker, I ask you and all members of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Tema Flecker on this extraordinary national award in teaching excellence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sackville-Beaverbank.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand today on a sad note and recognize the passing of an HRM icon. Omaran Livingston, Roy to his friends, passed away yesterday, March 13th, at 73 years of age after a brief illness. Many of those who grew up in Halifax area and attended any local bar or restaurant over the past 30 years would recognize or know Roy the Rose Guy with his signature cowboy hat and bucket of roses. The first rose for some, a rose to show your significant other that you still love them after many years as you did in the beginning, or a rose just to tell somebody you care. Roy always took great pride in knowing that he had a hand in many relationships. Mr. Speaker, I want to extend sincere condolences to Roy's son, family, members, and friends. Rest in peace, Roy the Rose Guy.
The honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Dew Crew is a club at Hebville Academy with students from grades 6 to 9. Together they identify ways that they can help their school and community, and then they just do it. They made Christmas ornaments for every student in the school, provided Christmas dinners for students who don't usually receive them, and sent thank you notes to people who contribute to the school. This winter they visited seniors' homes and had shovels in hand to help those who can't shovel their driveway. They also plan to create a community park in Hebville and invite community groups to contact them to lend a hand with their initiatives. The Dew Crew was created by Emily Strong, the school's music and band teacher, and Cameron Strong, who teaches grades 7 to 8 English. Emily always wanted to create a kindness club, and it was also a perfect fit for Cameron, who used to teach community-based learning. Although they started the club, Emily said that the kids have completely taken over. I'd ask members of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly to join me in thanking the Dew Crew for their good deeds and for making a positive change in their school community and the world around them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to draw the attention of the floor to the Speaker's Gallery, where I have my birthday boy, 12-year-old son, Bailey Rushton. If we could give him a happy birthday and rise. Give away.
The honourable member for Cumberland South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to wish my oldest boy a happy 12th birthday from his mother, Tracy, and I. Bailey not only getting the day off school to spend it with his father here in the legislature, but I also like to draw attention that Bailey is doing his Heritage School project on the 200th anniversary of this legislature. And following question period, one of the staff has been graciously offered to give Bailey a full tour of this great building. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and happy birthday, Bailey.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, I'm continuing today with my resolution to talk about climate change. I'm still working my way through Carbon by Kate Irvine. I have, however, finished the section where she explains and debunks cap-and-trade initiatives, which have proven spectacularly ineffective at incenting greenhouse gas emission reductions. Kate generously spoke in favour of the NDP's Green Jobs Plan earlier this week, and toward the end of the press conference, as the media were about ready to pack up, she said, "I don't think we're scared enough yet of what's coming." Her kids, I happen to know, are just a couple of years younger than mine. Recently, judging that I could no longer shield my 10-year-old, I did not turn down the radio when news came on about climate change. She asked me a couple of questions, which I answered to the best of my ability, and then she said, "I'm scared." And I answered, "So am I." And my question to the government and to those who profess to be interested in governing is, where is the urgency, the action, and the leadership that she deserves, that the high school students marching tomorrow deserve, and that indeed all Nova Scotians deserve? Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
With us today in the East Gallery are longtime Armdale community residents, Betty and Bill McDonald. Betty's a notable public servant and city builder who brought her expertise in economics to her roles in HRM, ECOA, SMU, and most recently as the Executive Director of the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities. She's joined by her husband, Bill, who is a committed public servant who has worked for a quarter of a century using his legal expertise in the Workers' Advisor Program. I ask both of them to please rise and ask my colleagues to give them the warm welcome of the House.
The honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate past Executive Director of the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities, Betty McDonald, on her recent retirement. Betty has applied her expertise to a number of challenging roles over her nearly 4 decades in academia, public service, and advocacy. She served 15 years at the federal level working as a senior policy analyst for ECOA, 10 years with HRM as Director of Governance and Strategic Initiatives, 5 years as Director of Continuing Education at St. Mary's University, and these last 7.5 years as Executive Director of the Federation of Municipalities. In these roles, she has helped build our province and spoke effectively for the needs and concerns of our municipalities and citizens. As she moves on to her next chapter, I, along with current and past ministers of municipal affairs, want to congratulate her on her leadership and impact and wish her and her husband Bill the very best. Thank you.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I stand today to congratulate Vincent Joyce on receiving the Severance Medal for volunteers from the Governor-General of Canada. This medal is presented to only 40 Canadians each year. In 2006, Vincent had a vision to create a museum to recognize, honour, and preserve our extensive military heritage. This effort led to the creation of the Pictou County Military Heritage Museum. At times, Vincent was the only volunteer, yet he managed to keep the museum doors open. During his time as curator and founder, Vincent has been instrumental in obtaining uniforms and artifacts from high-ranking military personnel. These are currently housed along with over 1,500 other artifacts. I applaud Vincent for his dedication to preserving our vital military heritage for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bedford.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate a Bedford resident and neighbour on his recent appointment to the Supreme Court of Nova Scotia. The appointment of the Honourable Justice Scott C. Norton, QC, was announced late last year. His robing ceremony was held on January 25th. Judge Norton was called to the bar in 1984 and was a partner with Stuart McKelvey for the past 17 years. His practice focused on civil litigation, and he has extensive trial and appellate experience, which includes appearing before the Supreme Court of Canada. He has volunteered with a variety of organizations, including Autism Nova Scotia, the IWK, and St. Mary's University. Judge Norton will preside mainly in Pictou. I would like to congratulate my friend and neighbour on his recent appointment. I know his wife Audrey and son Jack are proud of him and happy for him, as are his colleagues, friends and family.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to bring recognition to our Cow Bay Buffalo Club for all that they offer to our community members. The Eastern Lodge 8686 order first opened its doors in 1954. The Buffalo Club helps community members in so many ways, like helping financially with a medical device that could not be afforded otherwise, property maintenance, utility help, and providing a great venue for community fundraisers. They even went out the other day and helped shovel out an elderly gentleman who could not do it on his own. The Eastern Lodge Buffalo Club relies mostly on fundraisers to keep the generosity going. Their most recent fundraiser, the second annual casino night, raised almost $4,000 and was a great success. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in thanking the members of the Eastern Lodge Buffalo Club for their time and compassion while giving back to their community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Kings West. The member for Kings West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to say that strong leadership-driven women are well known in Kings West, one of whom is a real estate agent and community volunteer, Donna Conrad. As Berwick's 2018 Volunteer of the Year, Donna has been recognized for her service to the ABF, Atlantic Theatre Festival, Big Brothers, Big Sisters, Campaign for Kids, Red Door, Berwick Teen Fit and youth activities, Berwick Recreation Committee, and countless fundraisers for local women's and youth groups, and furthermore, the Stockings Were Hung campaign. Perhaps Donna's most notable work has been with the Berwick Gala Days, where she has transformed the local pageant into an opportunity for young women to develop and focus on their leadership skills, feel empowered, and understand the importance and honour of community representation. Mr. Speaker, I ask the members of the House join me in recognizing Donna Conrad for her exemplary community volunteer work and in continuing to inspire the young female leaders of our province. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Erin Denny of Eskazoni First Nation. Erin is the first Mi'kmaq woman to ever play for the Team Nova Scotia hockey team. Since she was in Adams, she's been called up to play higher levels of hockey as an underager, and at every level she has continued to excel. Erin has collected some prestigious titles in the last few years. She recently received the 2018 Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq Athlete of the Year, the Anastasia Silaboy Award, High School, Rick McDonald Leadership Award, NSSAF Female Athlete of the Year, Lydia Dixon Award, and was recently crowned the 2018 Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq Summer Games Queen. Erin is truly an inspiration for young and old, a role model for the young girls that want to play hockey, and I ask all members to join me in wishing Erin every success in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask the members of the House of Assembly to join me in recognizing Dr. Hugh Chisholm, the proud owner of renowned late Tuxedo Stan, and his brother Earl Grey, the world-famous felines who ran for the Mayor of Halifax and Premier of Nova Scotia, respectively, under the Tuxedo Party of Canada. The felines jumped into politics at the bequest of Dr. Chisholm, owner and campaign manager for the pair, to raise awareness of animal cruelty and bring attention to the feral cat population in Halifax. The campaigns not only caught the attention of the international media, but also of this government, resulting in the first legislation in Nova Scotia on animal protection, making it illegal to release a cat into the wild. Dr. Chisholm continues to advocate for the protection of cats and should be acknowledged for his work to have Nova Scotia become the first province to ban cat declawing. As director of Atlantic Canada's Paw Project, Dr. Chisholm recently announced that other provinces have followed Nova Scotia's suit and adopted the declaw ban. Paw Project is now working on legislation to move throughout the United States, starting with California. Mr. Speaker, I would like the members of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly to join me in thanking and congratulating Dr. Hugh Chisholm for the admirable work he has undertaken to protect and care for all of our feline friends. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Pictou Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Doreen Pears is one of those people that had the gift of giving her entire life. Her family, her church, and the greater community were the recipients of her gift. Doreen passed away on February 26, surrounded by her loving family, and the entire community will grieve her loss. Doreen was a plain talker and a straight shooter. You never had to wonder what she was thinking because she would tell you. She was an honest and forthright person. Our constituency office will miss being able to reach out to Doreen for her advice and assistance when dealing with many of our constituents. I would ask that the members of this Legislative Assembly join me in sending her family our condolences and thanks for Doreen's many years of faithful service to her community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Antigonish.
Mr. Speaker, Antigonish lost two of its own last fall, husband and wife Jack and Judy O'Donnell. Jack passed away October 25th and was joined 25 days later by his wife Judy, his beloved wife of 57 years. Both Jack and Judy were key figures in the Antigonish community and leave an impressive legacy.
There's a lot of chatter in the chamber. I ask that everybody keep it down. The member can start over if they like.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, Antigonish lost two of its own last fall, husband and wife Judy and Jack O'Donnell. Jack passed away October 25th and was joined 25 days later by Judy, his beloved wife of 57 years. Both Jack and Judy were key figures of the Antigonish community and leave an impressive legacy. Jack with his music and Judy with her work for volunteer communities. Judy was a driving force in helping establish a workshop for mentally challenged adults at what we now know as CACL. She then led the charge, with support from Jack, to establish L'Arche Antigonish, and she also played a key role in founding the Antigonish Creative Dance Association and served many other community organizations in Antigonish. Jack O'Donnell was a professor emeritus and former chair of the Department of Music at his beloved alma mater, St. FX. In addition to serving the university for 40 years, he also served for 50 years as conductor and musical director of the Men of the Deeps, the famous Cape Breton coal miners' choir. Mr. Speaker, on December 2nd, a capacity crowd gathered at St. Ninian's Cathedral to celebrate their lives, and I invite the House to join me in acknowledging the two lives well lived.
The member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Max Bauer, a student at Prince Andrew High School in Dartmouth East. Max was recently awarded a $100,000 Schulich Leader Scholarship. Schulich scholarships such as these are given out to encourage students to pursue their dreams and become the next global leaders in STEM disciplines: science, technology, engineering, and math. Mr. Speaker, I've seen how hard students work for scholarships. Max has gone above and beyond to be named one of Canada's 50 recipients of 2019. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members of the House to congratulate Max Bauer on a job well done and wish him all the best in his academic endeavours. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Preston Dartmouth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize Ms. Lynn Mills, who has been chosen by Learning Partnership as one of 30 of Canada's outstanding principals in 2019. Ms. Mills was previously principal at Bell Park Academic Centre in Lake Echo before she moved to Ashley Jefferson Elementary School in Fall River. Ms. Mills is described as a true leader, securing support from the Boys and Girls Club, the Royal Bank of Canada, to offer more resources to help students socially, emotionally, and academic growth. I applaud and congratulate Lynn Mills on her tireless efforts to improve the lives of her students and for being chosen for one of Canada's outstanding principals 2019.
The member for Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday I drew attention to fifth-generation Burgess family curler, Lindsay Burgess, and today I want to recognize Carly Burgess, also a fifth-generation Burgess family curler, who was honoured with an Outstanding Female Aged 16 to 20 award for her ongoing accomplishments in curling. A member of the Caitlin Jones curling team, throwing second, Carly has received 5 provincial titles, 2 national gold medals, which ties her for the most gold medals for Canadian junior women. These are just a few accomplishments of Carly's athletic career. Most recently, Carly has been invited to join Team Alberta at the World Championships. I'd like to congratulate Carly Burgess on receiving the Outstanding Female Award. Wish her continued success throughout her athletic career. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate a number of businesses from Burnside Business Park, which is situated in Dartmouth North, who were recently honoured at the Halifax Chamber Business Awards. Totally Raw Dog Food won the Gold Prize for Small Business Award. Congratulations to its owners, Karen Campbell and Doug Malloy. Moog Focal Technologies won the Silver Award in the Export Business category. Intertalk Critical Information Systems won the Innovative Business of the Year. And Meza Lebanese Restaurant Group won the Gold Award in the Business of the Year category. And Meza has a location in Burnside, and we are very grateful for that. Mr. Speaker, Burnside Park is home to businesses of many shapes and sizes, many of which are affiliated with the Greater Burnside Business Association and who contribute in many ways to our economy and to our community fabric. Congratulations to all the winners and finalists from Burnside and to all of the businesses honoured by the Chamber.
The member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Clayton Park West.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember a dear friend, Norm Sidney Duncan, who passed away this past Saturday, March 9th, at age 71. I first met Norm almost 30 years ago as a colleague at head office Century Guarantee Trust, then as a board member of the Clayton Park West Liberal Association, helping Diana for almost a decade. Norm continued helping during my campaign in 2017. He was also a member of the Halifax West Liberal Association. Norm was a resident of Rockingham, where he and his wife, Nassie, returned to live in his childhood home after living in Wellington for over 20 years. Norm volunteered at the St. Peter's Anglican Church, where he held various board positions. He also volunteered his time at the Rockingham Heritage Society. He had a passion for history and particular interest in World War I. Mr. Speaker, would this House of Assembly join me in remembering a kind soul whose spirit and kindness will live on forever? Norm, you will be greatly missed. Thank you.
The member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, Haley McDonald Port Williams recently led the Acadia University women's basketball team to the AUS Championship, defeating the Memorial Seahawks. Haley was named first-team All-Star and tournament MVP. She set an AUS record for scoring 51 points in the semifinals. In the finals against Memorial, Haley scored 29 points and had 10 assists, leading Acadia to the AUS Championship and being named tournament MVP. Congratulations to Haley and proud parents Scott and Christine McDonald of Port Williams. Thank you. We don't need both of them.
East.
Businesses in rural Nova Scotia can be challenging. It takes creative initiatives to engage the local consumer. The East Hanson District Chamber of Commerce is the champion of small businesses in East Hants. Their Think Local First Committee has been organizing a community-wide event for each of the past 3 years that brings residents and business together. Saturday, May 25th, marks the 4th annual Open East Hants Day. Dozens of business owners will open their doors as usual, but with the added allure of contests, entertainment, food offerings, and sales specials. Residents will receive a map pinpointing each participating business. It's a popular, well-attended event that includes a pop-up market for home-based business entrepreneurs. The community takes on a festive appearance with signs and balloons adorning the businesses. Prizes are awarded to local shoppers. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask this House to join me in thanking our Chamber and congratulate them for their successful and creative initiative, Open East Hants Day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Sydney River Mire, Lewisburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise here today to congratulate the Riverview Redmen, who recently captured the Red Cup title at the 41st Annual Red Cup Showcase. The victory marked Riverview's 9th Red Cup since the tournament began back in 1978. Riverview won the championship game over the Auburn Drive Eagles 4-3 and earned its first Red Cup title since 2013. The ending was a dream come true for the 17-year-old grade 12 student Andrew McCarran from Coxheath, who dedicated the tournament in memory of his grandfather, Terry McCarran, who passed away last summer. Mr. Speaker, I stand here today to acknowledge the Riverview Redmen team and coaches for all the time they had given to make our high school hockey team such a success each and every year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Hants West on an introduction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased today to introduce to this House a couple of young ladies who are here for the first time and one who's a little bit older who's been here numerous times. I will start with Victoria Hartmann, who is from Bautzen, Saxony area of Germany, and she is here on the Rotary Exchange program and joined our family in January, around January the 1st, I think, and will be with us now through the end of the school year before heading off across the country and touring before she goes home to Germany. So also with her today is Veronica, and I'm going to try to get this right, Zemanova. Is that right? Right? Close? She is from Mukarov, Czech Republic. She is here on the Nova Scotia International Student Program and resides in the beautiful community of Falmouth, and is also here to the end of the school year, and I think is maybe thinking over further education in this province in the years ahead. So it's great to have both of them with us today. And my wife, Leslie, who's been here a number of times, of course, she's the one who's a little bit older than these two young ladies. And I'll probably pay for that later, Mr. Speaker. Welcome these young ladies to the House.
The member for Queen Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize John Murray, who in December retired from the board of Queen's Care Society. Queen's Care Society was founded in 2015 and is a charitable organization run by a volunteer board whose goal is to improve the lives of seniors living in Queens County. John's leadership was invaluable to the board as members worked to identify and meet the needs of seniors through advocacy and the use of the resources, knowledge, and determination of its members. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank John for not only his contributions to the Queen's Care Society, but also to the other local health care related organizations with which he has volunteered over the years, even after his professional retirement. I wish John and his wife Donna many happy years ahead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Guysborough Eastern Shore Tracadie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Shrek the Musical is a popular Broadway production that has been performed and toured countless times the world over since 2008, and thanks to Guysborough Academy's drama class, we can add 5 more sold-out performances to the list. The production was scheduled for 2 performances, but the greater Guysborough area was having none of it. They did such a spectacular rendition, the community demanded 3 more encore performances of this hilarious and engaging student production in the 300-seat Chedabucto Performance Centre. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the drama students of Guysborough Academy, both on the stage and behind the scenes, for their talent, enthusiasm, and heart. I would like to also thank their teacher, Mr. Chris Martins, for his vision and guidance. There are also many volunteer community members to thank as well, whose participation and know-how helped elevate the kids to make this production worthy of Broadway. Congratulations to all.
The member for Northside Westmount.
I rise today to thank the Salvation Army, the Mayflower Dental Group, and the Sydney Radio Club. These community-minded groups were key supporters for the Clothe the Family project. The Salvation Army North Sydney distributes clothing collected by the other partners at no charge to make sure anyone who needs a coat, boots, or other winter clothing can come in and take it home. These groups are making a major difference in the lives of so many Cape Breton families and individuals. I'd like to take this opportunity also to give a shout out to those who make donations to this organization every year. It makes one proud to be part of this community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Halifax-Armdale.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to share the passing of Robert Lawson Beck of Armdale at the age of 72. Rob was a kind soul who will be remembered by many for his good nature, his passion, his musicality, and his desire to give back to the community. He was a talented singer and guitar player who lived his Christian faith through his performances with the Nova Scotia Mass Choir. Rob brought his smarts and his enthusiasm to his 30-year career as an account executive with CTV, Bell Media, and always made time to volunteer. Diabetes Canada, Nova Scotia Leadership Prayer Breakfast Steering Committee, Habitat for Humanity, and the Christmas Daddies Telethon all benefit from Rob's efforts. Rob also never missed a chance to get out on the water and was a valued member of the Armdale Yacht Club. Rob will be deeply missed, and I want to share my condolences with his wife Deborah, stepdaughter Laurel, and the entire extended family and community. Thank you.
The member for Cape Breton-Richmond.
I rise today to acknowledge the contributions of the Isle Madame Volunteer Fire Department located in Arishat.
Mr. Speaker, recently the Almadam Volunteer Fire Department recognized members for their years of service, and I wish to bring that acknowledgement forward today. With 20 years of service to volunteer firefighting, Lynn Delory, Neil Sampson, Jared David, Joey Clory, Nathan Boudreau, and John Wesley Embry. Offering 25 years of service to the department is newly appointed Fire Chief Rodney LeBlanc. Celebrating 20 years of service to the Almadam communities is recent Fire Chief Eugene Sampson, and recognized as the longest-serving member of the department is Lloyd Pitipa. Mr. Speaker, I also recognize retiring firefighter Glenn Richard for serving over 30 years with the Almadam Volunteer Fire Department. I wish to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Richard for his service to our communities and to all of the fire department members for their continued commitment to our safety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize two outstanding hockey teams from my community. In February, the Bantam AA Hawks won gold at the Canadian Cup tournament in Montreal. They defeated New Jersey by a score of 4-1 in the championship game. The Bantam B Hawks followed this winning streak when they won their championship game at a tournament hosted by the Summerside and Area Minor Hockey Association on Prince Edward Island. Watching the Hawks play is always a fun and exciting experience, and I'm proud of how far these two teams have come. Mr. Speaker, I ask that the members of this House of Assembly join me in celebrating the achievements of these two Halifax Hawks teams and in wishing them continued success. Thank you.
The member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to welcome Our Backyard Barbecue, a new business owned by Adam and Greg Howell here in Amherst. They opened on January the 28th and have already had lineups out the door, and their food is selling out. They have been working 16-hour days to get their food prepared for their new customers, and their hard work is paying off. These men have a passion for food and making their customers happy. Today, I would like to welcome Adam and Greg to Amherst and wish them great success in their new business, and know that they will be wonderful contributors to our growing economy in Cumberland County. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is an exciting day in February 2019 when city water began flowing to Ashley Jefferson Elementary School in Fall River. The long-awaited project, some 41 years, was the result of the commitment of the governments of Canada and Nova Scotia and the HRM to support local infrastructure projects enhancing safe, fresh water for Canadians. The announcement was made in August 2016. Work began in September of 2017. A second phase was added, an additional 3.1 kilometers, which included the business district of Highway 2, and the final construction was finished fall of 2018. Ashley Jefferson is the first of 3 schools who have been connected in Fall River. Lockview High and George P. Vanier are the next connected stages. It is exciting to see the youngest residents of the Fall River benefiting from this important joint project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to congratulate the Lions Brook Women's Institute on celebrating their 90th anniversary. This organization held their first meeting on March 18th, 1929 at the Lions Brook Hall. 21 members joined that evening, with an additional 11 joining throughout that year. Some of the highlights in the last 90 years include donating to Tyriman Women's Centre, Roots for Youth, and Viola's Place, as well as membership in 100 Women Who Care, delivering gift baskets to shut-ins, working to improve the Lions Brook Hall, and donating to many nursing homes and the local hospital. There have been exceptional women from this branch who have served as provincial presidents, one as a national president, and others serving on provincial boards and international committees. I extend my gratitude and appreciation to the Lions Brook Women's Institute. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville, sorry.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Speaker. Today I'll recognize the African Nova Scotia quiz team from Madeline Simons Middle School for their impressive third-place finish at the African Nova Scotia Quiz Challenge held on March 7th at the Halifax North Memorial Public Library. In February, the team finished first place in the qualifying round with a total of 115 points, placing them in contention at the finals. Team members included Curtis Smith, Trayvon Gabriel, Jay Reese Wiley, Malika Williams, Reagan Ewing, and the team was coached by Mitchell Borden, Madeline Simons, African Nova Scotia student support worker. I asked members to recognize the initiative that enables an opportunity for learning about African Nova Scotian heritage and congratulate the team at Madeline Simons for the third place finish.
The member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to acknowledge two cancer survivors, Jim and Judy Edgar, and their mission to implement a cancer survivors garden in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. Judy has survived breast cancer not once but twice, and her husband Jim has survived kidney cancer. Their passion runs deep to see enough funds raised to start this project. The garden will have benches to encourage conversation and will be easily accessible and barrier-free for those with mobility issues. Inspirational and motivational quotes and plaques will be placed throughout the garden. Judy hopes that her story and her dedication will bring hope and inspiration to others. Both Judy and Jim also worked together with me to bring forward a bill that was passed entitled the Cancer Survivors Day Act. I ask that all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature join me in acknowledging Jim and Judy Edgar for their passion and dedication to the Canadian Cancer Society and to all of those surviving cancer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Chester St. Margaret.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we celebrated International Women's Day last week, I would like to recognize the enormous community contributions made by Ms. Joy Calkin of Chester. Joy's original profession of pediatric nursing evolved into teaching and administration at the university level as Dean of Nursing, followed by time as Vice President at the University of Calgary, and finally as a position as CEO of an international healthcare service organization. It was our great fortune that Joy chose Chester as her retirement community, bringing her illustrious career in nursing and organizational leadership to our community. Joy was a key leader in a committee of volunteers in 2007 with the goal of improving access to health care in our Chester area communities. From this initiative and her countless hours of work, the group evolved to successfully fundraise for, then build, and finally open the much-needed healthcare centre in Chester. I am privileged to work with Joy as a volunteer on several of my constituency working groups. Her motivation and knowledge help me serve the constituents of Chester St. Margaret's ever more effectively. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Cabot Trailblazers and the Cape Breton Highlands Academy Huskies are basketball rivals. But the rural schools didn't let that get in the way of the bigger picture on Saturday, March 2nd, 2019. Together, the Trailblazers and Huskies held a Cape Breton Island flag when they walked under the hardwood floor of the Sacred Heart School gym in Halifax, showing all who were in attendance how proud they are to be from Cape Breton and to be playing for the Nova Scotia School Athletic Federation Division III Girls Provincial Championship. Cabot Trailblazers and Cape Breton Highlands Academy went undefeated in the round robin, securing the Battle of Cape Breton in the championship game. I rise today to express how truly inspirational it is to see two teams show such strength and sportsmanship and to congratulate all team athletes and coaches. I ask all members to join me in wishing them every success in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Betty Meredith of Mahone Bay, who recently had one of her photographs of Mahone Bay's iconic waterfront into a Canadian stamp. Betty took the photograph of the three churches in 2015 from the town's public war. After uploading the photo to Facebook, it received many comments, likes, and shares. After Canada Post saw the photo on We Love Nova Scotia's Facebook page, they emailed Betty asking if she would like to have her photograph considered for a stamp. Betty indicated she'd be interested. Years later, Betty's photograph of the three churches in Mahone Bay became one of 9 stamps in a series of Canada Post released this past January. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask you and all members of this House of Assembly to please join me in congratulating Betty on having her beautiful photograph immortalized on the Canadian stamp that will be seen all across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much for those member statements. We'll now move on to oral questions put by members to ministers. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, I asked the Premier a very simple question. I asked if a company was applying pressure to the government in the same way that SNC-Lavalin was applying it in Ottawa, would Nova Scotians ever know? The Premier took a very wide berth around that question, Mr. Speaker, and he talked about exports and life and HRM and some wonderful things about Nova Scotia that are all very nice, Mr. Speaker. But what we didn't hear was an answer to that very simple question. So I'd like to try it again. My question for the Premier is, with our toothless lobbyist registry still in place, how would Nova Scotians ever know if a company was lobbying our government or putting pressure on our government for any reason?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable for the question. Mr. Speaker, we continue to make investments, work with companies not only in this province but around those who want to continue to invest. Very proud of the work we did with IBM today. Mr. Speaker, an innovative program, the first of its kind in Canada, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to ensuring that every young Nova Scotian gets an opportunity to find the skills that are required to move into the workforce. We're partnering with private sector entities, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member referred to a lobbying complaint, Mr. Speaker, that went to the RCMP and found there was no lobbying, Mr. Speaker. I have all the faith in the RCMP. The honourable member doesn't. He should stand in his place and say so.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his first supplementary.
Very wide berth, Mr. Speaker, yet again. I don't know why the Premier doesn't want to just disclose who he's meeting with. That's the question. What's being hidden here by the failure to disclose? The Premier may remember my colleague from Pictou West asked the Premier a similar question last year about the very case that the RCMP had to be called in for. RCMP had to get called in, Mr. Speaker. The Premier didn't answer that question then when he was asked what he was meeting with. He did tell us about his wonderful friendship with the former Prime Minister, and that's very nice too, Mr. Speaker. But what we want is a little transparency. Nova Scotians just want to know if their government's being lobbied. They just want to know how their tax dollars are being spent. So will the Premier acknowledge that there are serious dangers to good government when companies are allowed to lobby cabinet ministers and the Premier unchecked and unreported?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member just referred to the question that was asked last year, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the RCMP were called in, Mr. Speaker, and in fact, they confirmed there was no lobbying in this particular case, Mr. Speaker. Again, I'm going to ask the honourable member, I will stand with the RCMP, Mr. Speaker. If the honourable member doesn't trust the RCMP, stand in his place and tell us.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his final supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, there's a series of people involved in that equation, and the RCMP is one of them that I do trust. But let me give a quick example of what I'm talking about. The government wants to amend legislation around credit unions. The Privacy Commissioner has serious commissions about the impact on personal information. But this government figures they'll just plow ahead and disregard the concerns of Nova Scotians, including the Privacy Commissioner. And we don't know, and we'll never know with the way that the rules are now, who is lobbying the government for this change? Who is pushing on the government for this change? Who's pressuring the government? We will never know under the way the laws are now. So a simple question for the Premier, might be able to break it down to yes or no for us would be good. Does the Premier believe that Nova Scotians have a right to know who the Premier of this province is meeting with and for what purpose?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I often tell Nova Scotians who I'm meeting with, Mr. Speaker, but the honourable member would know there are times when you have meetings with people for proprietary information. There are times when you're in negotiations, Mr. Speaker, that you continue to meet with those people when it's something that impacts the province. We communicate that out many times. So we're going to continue, Mr. Speaker, to continue to move our province forward, continue to grow, Mr. Speaker, the economy of Nova Scotia, work with the private sector to make sure we create good jobs in the province, Mr. Speaker. Population is at an all-time high. More young people are seeing a future for themselves in this province, Mr. Speaker, because it's not only because it's the private sector in this province that sees a future, Mr. Speaker, it's the global private sector that's looked into Nova Scotia. And again, Mr. Speaker, IBM stood with Nova Scotia today, the first jurisdiction in Canada actually to put a program together to give young people a hope for the future and a job opportunity in Nova Scotia.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Recently, when we and the media have spoken about
all the alternate level of care patients living in our hospitals as a result of the lack of new long-term care facilities, the government has responded that not all of those alternate level of care patients are people waiting to be transferred into long-term care. Well, Mr. Speaker, an awful lot of them are. According to documents that we received this week through Freedom of Information, of the 2,009 people discharged from alternate level of care beds last year, 1,246 of them were either transferred to a long-term care facility or they passed away. Will the Premier acknowledge that a clear, preponderant majority of ALC patients last year in Nova Scotia were people who were waiting to be transferred to long-term care?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure the number who are in those particular beds that you're referring to that are looking to be transferred to long-term care beds, but what I can tell the honourable member is those that are, who have been medically positioned that they're going to a long-term care bed are on the long-term care list.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, here is a fact. From 2009 till 2013, the NDP opened 1,000 new nursing home beds and budgeted for an additional 350 beds and 780 replacement places in long-term care. And here is another fact. All of those plans came to one grinding, screeching halt when the Liberals came to power. Will the Premier confirm this third fact, that the total bed capacity of the long-term care sector in Nova Scotia since October 2013 has been increased by exactly zero?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for the question. Mr. Speaker, he stood in this House, he's members of his caucus that continue to fight against the long-term care beds that we wanting to build in Cape Breton. I hope the honourable member would see that as a good sign and stand up and support them.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, the Premier has spoken about the planned nursing home beds in the CBRM, but I'm not speaking about planned beds. I'm not speaking about future beds. I'm not speaking about somewhere on the drawing board beds. I'm talking about beds. Real beds that real people have real pillows on, have covers, sheets, and that somebody's going to sleep in tonight. So I want to ask the Premier, will the Premier confirm that the total actual bed capacity in the long-term care sector in Nova Scotia has not increased 1 inch since he came to power?
The Honourable Premier.
Speaker, where do I begin, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for the question again, Mr. Speaker. He talks about plans, Mr. Speaker. I want to remind the honourable member the beds that he's referring to, that he's patting himself on the back and his party on the back for, Mr. Speaker, were initiated by the Rodney MacDonald government, Mr. Speaker. He put the plaque on them, Mr. Speaker. I'll give him that much credit for that, Mr. Speaker. But what I would actually want him to do, the next opportunity he gets to stand in this place, to endorse the redevelopment in Cape Breton that has doubling the long-term care beds in those communities.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of TIR. Yesterday, I asked what I thought was a fairly straightforward question, whether the people of Hantsport would be getting a new abattoir. The response from the Minister was, and I quote, "We are providing a solution to equal the volume of water that was available through wooden culverts, but with the proviso of being able to add gates to those two new concrete structures." I asked a simple yes or no question about an abattoir, and the portion of the Minister's response that dealt with the actual structure was 34 words, which did not include the words yes, no, or abattoir. So my question, I'll try again, my question for the Minister is, will the new structure being installed at the mouth of the Halfway River prevent salt water from entering the river?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it gives me great pleasure to rise and talk about the solution that has been implemented, is being implemented. Piles are being driven today for the people of Hantsport, and I have here a letter from the folks in the Hantsport area who are thanking the government for the work that's being done. I'd like to table that, Mr. Speaker. What we are doing, Mr. Speaker, is implementing an engineering solution, not a political one.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for that answer and look forward to seeing that tabled letter. However, if that was the same letter that was tabled yesterday, that letter clearly states that the group expects the repair or replacement will create the conditions where, in time, the watershed will heal and become the lush green farmland it once was. The Abateau Action Group has laid out their expectations that the structure will stop the inflow of seawater, and only a fully functioning Abateau will do this. My question for the Minister is, does he acknowledge that in tabling his letter yesterday and claiming it supports his plan, and that has he now obligated himself to provide the structure the Abateau Action Group actually wants?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
We are very confident, Mr. Speaker, that the solution that is coming from our very talented engineers and a private sector contract will ensure that the lush conditions will be restored to that beautiful area of Nova Scotia. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Health and Wellness. Mr. Speaker, the standard measure of overcrowding in hospital emergency rooms is called NEDOCS. The measure gives emergency departments a score from 0 to 200, depending on the severity of overcrowding, where 0 is fine and 200 is dangerously overcrowded. We learned this morning that just a few days ago, the Halifax Infirmary Emergency Department had a NEDOCS score of 420. Remembering that 200 was dangerously overcrowded, we're now at 420. Does the minister believe that this number indicates a crisis in the patient flow of emergency rooms?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for raising this important question in the legislature. Mr. Speaker, of course we recognize both as government and our partners at the Health Authority and the EMCI that provide EHS services excuse me, recognize the pressures on our emergency departments, Mr. Speaker. That's why the partners have come together, Mr. Speaker, to work to identify solutions, Mr. Speaker, and those solutions are moving to action, Mr. Speaker, and we're looking forward to seeing improvements within that patient flow throughout our emergency departments.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sadly, you cannot deny the numbers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this morning the Health Committee met, members of the Health Committee, and spoke with stakeholders from government, the Health Authority, EHS, and the Paramedics Union. Because I live in Cape Breton, where ambulances sometimes come from as far away as Antigonish when responding to a call, I asked the paramedics what happens when a family member in cardiac arrest at home and you call for an ambulance. Terry Chapman of the IUOE told me, and I quote, "You wait with a person who will probably be non-living by the time the ambulance arrives." Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the minister, is it appropriate that people should expect to die because ambulances are backed up waiting to offload patients?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for noting the important topic that was brought forward to the Health Committee respecting ambulance offloads in emergency departments and how those delays, Mr. Speaker, that have been ongoing since I believe one of the witnesses referenced these issues starting around the mid-2000s that hadn't been addressed, Mr. Speaker, are being addressed, that our partners have been coming together, and we anticipate, Mr. Speaker, with the changes that have been identified and are in the process of being implemented, that we'll see those transfer times improve, have more ambulances out in the communities, Mr. Speaker, because they're spending less time transferring patients into the emergency departments.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Health. At a local meeting held on Tuesday, March 12th at the NSGEU main office, dozens of nurses gathered to talk about what is going on in the workplace. Their message was clear. The healthcare system is at a breaking point. The Nova Scotia Health Authority refuses to deal with the critical shortage of nurses. Frontline healthcare workers are being left to drown, and I can table that quote. Nurses at this meeting reported that their new norm is being over capacity at 150%, working 2 nurses short on a unit and being told, just tough it out, get through your shift. So I want to know, does the minister believe with this information that is acceptable and safe for anyone to be in those working conditions?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I again want to acknowledge to the member opposite that the concerns of frontline healthcare workers are shared, Mr. Speaker, in terms of when the system is feeling pressure. But as far as, Mr. Speaker, the reference to shortages, Mr. Speaker, the workforce information around nurses is there's been a lot of work with partners in the unions as well as with the employers to ensure that we do have adequate nursing supply in the province. Mr. Speaker, as I look forward to the work continuing to ensure that we have the appropriate staffing available because the people are trained and available here in the province.
The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Okay, so as my colleague said earlier, to give an example of just how chaotic and unsafe our hospitals are right now, NEDOCS is a universal program, and it's used to score and track the severity of overcrowding in our emergency departments. And I know the numbers were given out, and of course we know that 200 is considered dangerously overcrowded. But guess what? Halifax, we're seeing a number of 420. And NSHA used to disclose those numbers so the public would know. But since 2016, they no longer. So I want to know, will the minister today promise he'll start making these numbers public so Nova Scotians know what's going on in their emergency departments?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I can advise the members that the data that she's referencing is shared, Mr. Speaker, within the department. It's data being used as part of the administration and the operations of the hospital system. So, Mr. Speaker, that's the information I have. As far as overall, Mr. Speaker, we continue to recruit and hire nurses. We work with our partners to identify through the nursing strategy where to best target our resources. Recently, that's been a focus on nurse practitioners in particular, Mr. Speaker, expanding the number of seats for more nurse practitioners through the Dalhousie Medical School program, investing, Mr. Speaker, to help support financially those nurses who want to upgrade their skills to become nurse practitioners. Those are steps that we're taking, Mr. Speaker, to ensure we have the right nursing mix within our province to deliver the care for Nova Scotians.
The Honourable Member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question for you is to the Minister of Internal Services. I'm sure the minister is familiar with the Electronic Frontier Foundation. The EFF is one of the world's leading nonprofit defenders of digital privacy and liberties. This week, they ranked this province alongside the CIA as quote-unquote bad actors who attempted to thwart the quest for truth in 2018, and I will table that document. The province earned this distinction from its handling of the FOIPOP leak last spring. My question to the minister is, how does she reconcile this government's claim to be the most transparent ever with EFF's assessment that it has actively thwarted the quest for truth?
The Honourable Minister of Internal Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for the question. You know, we had 2 independent reports that came out in January talking about our privacy breach from last year, which that particular article was referring to. And within those 2 reports, there were a number of recommendations that myself and the department accepted 100% and took action on immediately. We've already made some significant strides, not just since the reports were released, but also prior to the breach itself and since the breach itself, and we continue to move forward on all of those recommendations to make sure that we do better in the future.
The Honourable Member for Argyle-Barrington.
You know, these judgments are coming from a non-partisan organization based in San Francisco, so nobody nearby, but somebody that's watching privacy issues across the world. They said that some seriously terrible security practices by Nova Scotia officials caused this debacle. And once again, that's the message that's being broadcast out to the world, that our Internal Services Department failed repeatedly to safeguard personal data. My question to the minister, given all this, does she maintain that putting the people in charge of the FOIPOP leak, in charge of fixing the leak, is a constructive idea?
The Honourable Minister of Internal Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member again for the question. We have moved forward as a department within shared services within ICTS and have taken the lessons that have learned from this breach and how we've evolved within technology extremely seriously. Already we've moved on the Auditor General's recommendation number 1, so we've completed and communicated a web technology guideline. We've completed privacy impact assessments. We've engaged an external consultation to review the Architectural Review Board, and effective on April 1st, at the start of the new fiscal, there's going to be a new structure, a single project management office in place at ISD. So yes, I feel very confident that my team is going to be able to move forward and have proven to be able to move forward.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Justice. Yesterday at Public Accounts, I asked the Deputy Minister of Internal Services if he thinks the Privacy Commissioner should have order-making power beyond merely making recommendations. The Deputy Minister stated it's not in their power to say, and said that would be a question for the Minister of Justice. So my question is this, Mr. Speaker. Does the Minister agree or disagree that giving order-making power to the Privacy Commissioner would increase governmental transparency? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for the question. We certainly appreciate the work that the privacy officer does on behalf of Nova Scotians, and we believe she has all the authority she needs in advancing recommendations to government.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth East.
Mr. Speaker, at Public Accounts yesterday, the Deputy Minister was also asked if he felt the province should update its laws to comply with the European Union's General Data Protection Regulation, which is quickly becoming an international standard. Now, the General Data Protection Regulation helps protect people's data, and it gives them more control over that data. Again, the Deputy suggested we ask the Minister of Justice. So my question that I'd like to ask the Minister, does he disagree that updating our laws to comply with the General Data Protection Regulation would help protect the personal data of Nova Scotians? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to assure my colleague that protecting the data of Nova Scotians is a priority of our government. We are looking at the reports that have recently been filed, Mr. Speaker. The department continues to do work on reviewing legislation that presently exists, and I look forward to bringing something forward in the future to address that.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Education. When this government eliminated local democratically elected school boards, they also eliminated public input in the school site selection process. Siting of a school used to be guided by a board-level selection committee that included SAC members, school board members, the African Nova Scotian representative, the Mi'kmaq representative, and members of municipal council. The revised Education Act regulations that came into effect last year eliminated any requirement for community involvement and consultation. The site selection process is now entirely an internal government process, and we know how those go. Mr. Speaker, does the minister think it's appropriate that this government has eliminated all public accountability and transparency in decision-making about school site selection?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
In fact, Mr. Speaker, that's not true. We changed the governance model of education because we had 3 independent reports identifying the fact that that governance model was contributing to there being a variance in the achievement level of students. We made those changes for students, Mr. Speaker. The member speaks of that system as an epitome of democratic achievement. We only had 3% of our population voting in those elections. Close to 70% of our school board members were claimed, and this wasn't a process that the public was thoroughly engaged in, Mr. Speaker. So we do have to make our decisions based on the needs of our students, and that is exactly what we're doing. When it comes to site selection, Mr. Speaker, we are changing that process because the last site selection process contributed to delays up to 3 years for building our schools. We want to make sure we get our schools built on time. Thank you very much.
honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I'm not talking about school boards, I'm talking about site selection, and the 3-year number that the minister keeps trotting out is a red herring. Maybe once or twice. In general, the average time of actually consulting the public, which I know this government has a hard time doing, was closer to 6 months. Schools are an important part of any community, Mr. Speaker. The decision of where to build a new school should include community voices. I can't believe this is an issue. Consultation should be a given. The Musquodoboit Harbour and Area Chamber of Commerce has been trying to engage in this process for almost a year, notwithstanding the comment that it's coming. They're extremely frustrated with the lack of communication, and I'll table that from the department. In July, they wrote to the minister to ask first that the new school be built in the centre of the community, and second that the minister provide a defined, transparent and collaborative process for them to follow, and they have gotten no response, Mr. Speaker. Will the minister please table the plan for public engagement, not talk more about school boards, in the site selection process?
Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The member mentioned elected school boards in the preface of her question. I thought that was an important item to address. When it comes to site selection, the reason why we did have delays between 6 months and 3 years on average was because we did not do a technical evaluation first of sites. So we are moving from a process where the community selects a number of sites to be evaluated to a process where we do the technical evaluation first, beginning with the current site of the school. Once the technical evaluation is done, if the building can actually be serviced, we then go to the community and ask for input. We do that through the municipality, we do that through public consultation, through dealing with the SAC, and in the case of the CSAP, the school board, Mr. Speaker. So we are streamlining a process to create an efficiency, to get rid of delays, hopefully, in the system. That process will continually involve the public.
The honourable member for Queen Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Education. Teachers and parents have had enough issues dealing with the slow infiltration of cell phones in classrooms. Now they have reason to be concerned about vaping, not just on school grounds, but inside schools. Teachers at the Cobequid Educational Centre in Truro report instances of students vaping in washrooms, hallways, and even in the classroom, and I'll table that document, Mr. Speaker. Vaping is far from harmless as established by the Lung Association of Nova Scotia, and the Provincial Smoke-Free Places Act treats it the same way as smoking cigarettes. My question to the minister is, does the Minister of Education maintain data on students disciplined for vaping on school property?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We currently have rules in place that prohibit vaping. There's a challenge with those particular devices because the scent is obviously not the same as using tobacco or other products. So enforcement of those rules is a bit more challenging. The best thing we can do in our education system, however, Mr. Speaker, is empower our students with information so they can be strong people, confident people in making their own decisions when it comes to their health, their bodies, and how they act, Mr. Speaker. So that is why we're focused on curriculum, on teaching, and ensuring that we're getting every single one of our students in the system the information that they need to make good decisions.
The honourable member for Queen Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I haven't found a curriculum yet that's talking about vaping, but our students are engaging in an increasing number of behaviours in the classroom that we simply should not tolerate. Teachers that I am talking to are saying that students are becoming more casual about the use of vaping devices in school. The Lung Association of Nova Scotia says they're at a red alert state when it comes to youth and vaping. Clearly, the provincial education policy is not doing enough to deter students from vaping in our schools. My question for the minister is, will he consider amending the provincial code of conduct to impose serious penalties on students caught vaping in school?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Always open to hearing about suggestions from the members opposite about how to enhance our policies and practices, Mr. Speaker. But at the end of the day, the smoking, vaping, they are in our health and wellness curriculum. I'm happy to give that information to the member. It is up to our teachers to implement that curriculum as they see fit in schools where they're having a greater problem with this. My hope is that the administrators and teachers will have a greater focus on teaching and learning in that regard, Mr. Speaker. Because at the end of the day, that's the best impact we can have on our students, give them the information they need, empower them to make the appropriate decisions for themselves, and to be good, responsible peers and role models for those around them.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Health. On March 8th, the NSHA President and CEO wrote a newsletter and posted it on the NSHA website. In the letter, the President and CEO states, the suggestion that everyday people seeking help are being sent away from hospitals and told to make their own decisions is not only false, it is dangerous, and I'll table that. In fact, Mr. Speaker, sadly, that very suggestion is the truth. Possibly the minister heard about 60 stories in 60 days, or the stories we read into the record as member statements last week, and there are many more. This despite treatment guidelines requiring suicidal, non-intoxicated adults to see a specialist, not to be sent home, and I'll table that. My question for the minister is, does the Minister of Health stand by the comments made by the NSHA President and CEO last week?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member again for bringing this important question about mental health services to the floor of the legislature. This, Mr. Speaker, is a topic and an area of our healthcare system that I and I believe my colleagues throughout the legislature share. What I can advise the member opposite is that, in fact, much work is being done by government and our partners, not just in the health authority, but through our education system, Mr. Speaker, to provide new and additional investments and supports, provide more supports in our community, investments in the adolescent outreach model, known as Caper-based in Cape Breton, expanded that to other communities. I believe over 40 additional schools having access to that, Mr. Speaker, so our youth have access to those supports in their community where they need them.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Minister for that answer. Mr. Speaker, if someone comes to an ER department in this province while having angina and chest pain, they would be monitored with a cardiac monitor and blood work would be done. If it was determined they were having a life-threatening heart attack, they would be admitted and referred to a specialist in that field, an internal medicine physician. If someone comes to an ER in this province while having thoughts of suicide or even having made an attempt on their own life, often no assessment or treatment is done. ER docs in many cases have no acute care beds for an acute mental illness and maybe even no beds at all in some cases. In many cases, ER docs have no specialists in the mental illness field to refer the patient to. My question for the Minister of Health is this: why does his health care system not have adequate services for acute mental illnesses like we have for acute heart disease?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, the province does have acute care specialists for mental health conditions, Mr. Speaker. We have psychiatry specialists, Mr. Speaker, to provide...
Order, please. The Honourable Minister of Health.
To provide specialized acute care. Some of the things that we've been doing recently, Mr. Speaker, recognizing that having access to these, some specialists, Mr. Speaker, is leveraging technology and allowing video consults in our communities to access other specialists from across the province, Mr. Speaker. That's been working. We've been working to advance other support mechanisms to support those specialists we do have in communities, like clinical assistance programs. We're investing, Mr. Speaker. We recognize the challenges, and we're investing to improve our mental health access across this province.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Springville Bridge is a crucial crossing point on the East River. I tabled a petition today asking for a swift replacement of this bridge, but I understand that significant structural problems were discovered and the bridge remains closed for quite some time now. My question to the minister is, can the minister share the problems found with the bridge and update the House as to the status?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate the question from the member. And I took the opportunity to actually visit that lovely community and stood on the bridge last fall and had a look at what we're doing. We are in the process of coming up with a solution to replace the bridge. That's being actively considered at the present time, sir.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the minister's response there. It's a crucial crossing for people that live in the communities in that area. The required detour adds an extra 20 to 25 minutes to travel times for residents each way, results in students being on the bus almost an hour a day extra. and it's a big delay for emergency response and obviously for hospital staff getting to work as well. So I'd like to ask the minister if he can just be shed a little more clarity around the timeline for the expected work on the Springville Bridge.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The responsibility we have in Nova Scotia is for 4,000 structures across the province that are constantly being monitored and scheduled for work being done, of course, based on volumes. I would like to point out, Mr. Speaker, however, to the members of the House, the following information. Fiscal year 2017, $215 million in capital. 18, $225 million in capital. 19, $285 million in capital, and the year ending in 20, $300 million in capital, which amounts to over $1 billion that this government has committed to our capital program, including bridges in Nova Scotia, the most sustained amount of capital expenditure, and I've gone back 16 years, and I can't find a period where we've had more.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, we keep hearing stories of how emergency departments are forced to provide care under harrowing conditions, if they're open at all. We hear stories at the QE2 of doctors apologizing, including one to me, for having no beds, private rooms, or even spaces, and I get treated in the hallway with people walking past me. We hear about patients examined, surrounded by family, sick patients, and total strangers. And while the quality of care is good, doctors are growing tired of always having to perform hallway medicine. Mr. Speaker, my question to the Minister of Health is, during those 600,000 emergency room visits per year, how many times in the run of a month is a patient assessed and treated in the hallways of our emergency departments?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for raising this question. Of course, Mr. Speaker, the access and flow in our emergency departments and throughout our healthcare system is important to the government and our partners at the Nova Scotia Health Authority and the IWK. But Mr. Speaker, we recognize some of the space constraints and challenges. That's why in the central zone at our Halifax Infirmary, Dartmouth General, we do have an extensive capital program with the QE2 redevelopment, Mr. Speaker, investing in modernizing our infrastructure, providing more space, Mr. Speaker, more beds within the system. We're in Cape Breton, we're doing the same thing, Mr. Speaker, expanding. The first time I was in Cape Breton, Mr. Speaker, I toured the emergency department, and space in that emergency department was raised as a #1 concern from physicians on the ground, and we are expanding that by over 40%.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Mr. Speaker, this is question period, so perhaps that doesn't always require an answer, but I'm actually looking for the answer as to how many times is somebody treated in the hallway, and perhaps if the minister isn't measuring that, he could. 35 years ago, I went to my first lecture as a physiotherapist and learned that over 90% of ER visits should have been managed elsewhere. It's sad to me that 35 years later, we're not much better off. Almost every other week, there's an article in the newspaper about the sad state of our emergency rooms and the backlog. The minister, when he toured the Dartmouth General Hospital, happened to run into me because I'd been in the emergency the night before and they sent me and 25 other people home. There have to be practical solutions, and we want to hear what they are. Can the minister please explain to me why there are still so many patients going to the ER in non-emergency situations, and how much that has to do with the fact that over 100,000 don't have a family doctor?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pleased to advise the member that I believe the latest data shows about 51,000 Nova Scotians, not 100,000, that have registered waiting for a family.
The Honourable Minister of Health has the floor.
And Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to advise the member opposite that that's for the 4th month in a row that we've seen a decrease in the number of Nova Scotians that are registered looking for access to primary care services. Mr. Speaker, so we're seeing improvements with the investments we've been making and the supports we've been providing to improve our recruitment initiatives, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think that speaks volumes in terms of the work that's being done. And again, I've talked about the infrastructure expanding to provide the space for those physicians and frontline healthcare workers to do the work that they need to do in the space that's modern to meet the needs of Nova Scotians.
The Honourable Member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question today is for the Minister of Environment. According to the IPCC report, the next decade of emissions reductions is absolutely critical. But I'm sad to say this government's emissions reduction target for 2030 is weak, extremely weak, and that's troubling enough. But to make matters worse, the Premier made comments in the House yesterday that differ from his government's stated targets. In November, the government made a commitment to only 45% below 2005 levels by 2030, saying maybe if we're good, we'll actually get to 50%, whatever that means. But when questioned yesterday, the Premier said he's never talked about 45% and that the province will reach 50% below 2005 levels at least, and I'll table that. These are very different targets, Mr. Speaker. So can the minister please clarify whether the province's actual emissions reductions target is the one announced a few months ago or the one the Premier gave yesterday?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the honourable member for the question. It gives me the great opportunity to thank Nova Scotians and all the work that they are doing to reduce our carbon imprint in the province. We were very happy to announce last year, Mr. Speaker, that the province are reducing the limits from 45 to 50% below the 2005 targets. We hope to do better than that, Mr. Speaker. We're giving ourselves a little bit of leeway by saying 45 to 50%, but certainly we know that Nova Scotians want to do better. You know, they're acting, things are changing all the time. You know, whether people are changing to electrification for cars and more electrification across the province. These are all great messages that they're sharing with government, and so we hope to do much better than the 50%. Thank you.
The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But however, there is only one 2030 target that actually puts us on track to net zero emissions by 2050, and that is 50% below 1990 levels, not 2005 levels. That is the target that our party supports. And the minister's targets simply won't get us there. Now, tomorrow, high school students around Nova Scotia are walking out of class because of government inaction on climate change. They feel it's putting their futures in jeopardy. And Dan Osborne, a grade 10 student at Amherst Regional High School, said this in the paper today, and I quote, "We want the government to stand up to big business. We want an end to pollution and environmental destruction, whether it comes via single-use plastics or unregulated clear-cutting, and we want a plan to bring green jobs to all young Nova Scotians." I'll table this. So I'd like to know, what does the minister have to say to these concerned and courageous young students about her government's inaction on climate change?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the honourable member again for this question. It also gives me the opportunity to say thank you to all these young people that are looking forward to the future. I listened to the honourable member's question across the aisle this morning, her member statement speaking about her daughter and her concern. These young people are the future of our province, and we're going to be looking towards them to help us, to help all Nova Scotians make sure that there is a future for young Nova Scotians and for all Nova Scotians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, over the past couple of weeks, both in question period and emergency debate, I asked the Minister about the lab technologist position at Buchanan Memorial Hospital, Neils Harbour. Much of the discussion centred around point-of-care testing, and the Minister finished his remarks by saying, and I quote, "Individual frontline workers who admit they were hesitant and resistant of the new technology after seeing it implemented in their community hospitals speak quite positively and encourage others to go into these systems with an open mind." And I'll table that, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, Dr. Bernie Buffett recently stated, quote again, that this is not new technology to Buchanan. We introduced point-of-care testing about 6 years ago, and it floated like a lead balloon. It was that burdensome. I'll table that as well. So, Mr. Speaker, my question to the Minister, who should we believe, the Minister or a doctor at Buchanan with 34 years' experience?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member would know, there are a lot of technological advances that take place between the years, Mr. Speaker. Technology is advancing very rapidly. Point-of-care testing systems would be no different. Mr. Speaker, in terms of who to believe, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the frontline healthcare workers that speak up about their experiences across the province, Niels Harbour or Amherst, Spring Hill, or anywhere else in the province, Mr. Speaker, we believe them all. Mr. Speaker, we have to take all of that information in, and one of the important things that I have to do, Mr. Speaker, is assess that information, and we have to make decisions. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, not all frontline healthcare workers agree on all steps forward. But Mr. Speaker, I stand by the comments that I've made. The information I've received is that many of the sites that have recently received point-of-care systems support that technology.
The honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, residents of North Smoky area feel like they're being treated as second-class citizens when it comes to health care delivery in their area, and this is just proof. Ironically, and likely coincidence, at the same time as I was asking my question, a representative of the Health Authority met with the Hospital Foundation. They were basically informed that point-of-care testing was a done deal and that the Health Authority would not be having a public meeting as a result that had been requested by my office. So my question to the Minister is this. Since the Health Authority doesn't feel a public meeting is necessary at this time, would the Minister please join me in a public meeting north of Smoky to explain the residents of what is taking place at their hospital? No following script, just yes or no.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you.
Order, please. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for continuing to bring to the floor of the legislature the concerns of healthcare providers and community members within his constituency. And Mr. Speaker, again, I assure the member and his constituents that the information being brought forward by Mr. Speaker, those that have worked with this technology, point-of-care testing, have evaluated thoroughly the capacity of this technology to meet the needs of the community hospital. So, Mr. Speaker, as I've noted before, many people have seen these advances and support the implementation of that technology.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal. My office has received a number of concerns over the last week regarding potholes that have emerged on highways 111, highways 118, and exit 4N off the 111. Now, on Monday, Mr. Speaker, a massive pothole damaged several vehicles in Dartmouth on Highway 111. CBC reported that the Halifax police had to close a lane while repairs could be made, and I'll table that article. Mr. Speaker, the Minister may be aware that I've been in regular contact with TIR in regard to this issue. Some of these potholes are continuing to cause damage to several vehicles. My question is this: what steps are being taken by the department to prevent damage to vehicles, given the severity of potholes emerging this spring? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank the member opposite for the question. Our people sprang into action on Monday evening. They worked overnight, filling the potholes. There's a whole program in place now on the highly traded travel areas to capture that. There is a challenge because, as the House might know, the hot patch plants are not open yet. They're not opening until the first week in April, not until the... And in the meantime, we're using cold patch, and we're on to that. I can tell you, you can assure your constituents that we're spending a lot of time fixing those holes. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth East.
Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, if someone takes a drive down to the 111 or the 118, it looks like some of these potholes have been hit by Scud missiles. So the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, we all know, everyone in this House knows, when vehicles are damaged on provincial roads due to their poor maintenance, it is often the province that foots the cost. And I'm sure every member of this House has experienced potholes are a recurring problem each spring. And I'm certainly hearing from my constituents in Dartmouth East that they find this year's roads particularly difficult to manage. So my question is this, Mr. Speaker, looking forward, I'd like to hear from the minister what preventative measures can be implemented to ensure road quality can be maintained so as to mitigate further vehicle damage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to ensure the members in the House and the people of Nova Scotia that this is a problem that we do take seriously. It's not going to be sloughed off as seasonal. It happens every year. We should be used to it. We are actually undertaking a scan to see where the best technology exists in the world to figure out how we can better address the issue of potholes across our system. Part of the process we feel is embedded in the system that we have for repairing it. We feel that there's better solutions out there, and we're looking for them. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of TIR, and in fact, I feel like I'm participating in a Monty Python skit with this exchange about the Hansport Abattoir, because the letter that the Minister tabled a few minutes ago, earlier in question period, was simply a thank you letter for someone for tabling the petition. And the petition actually asked for an abattoir, I believe, and in fact, we don't have an abattoir. So my question for the minister is, will the minister admit to the people of Hansport?
Time allotted for oral questions put by members to ministers has expired. We'll now move on to government business. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that you do now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into a committee of the whole House on bills.
House will now recess for a few minutes while it resolves itself into the committee of the whole House on bills.
The Committee of the Whole House on Bills will come to order. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Start. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you please call Bill number 84, Coast Guard Auxiliary Appreciation Act?
Bill number 84, the Coast Guard Auxiliary Appreciation Act. I recognize the clerk.
Mr. Chair, Bill number 84 was referred to the committee from the Law Amendments Committee without amendments, and the bill contains 5 clauses.
Shall Clause 1 carry? Shall the remaining clauses carry? Shall the bill carry? The bill is carried. I recognize the Honourable... I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you please call Bill number 90, the Boxing Authority Act?
Bill number 90, the Boxing Authority Act. I recognize the clerk.
Mr. Chair, Bill number 90 contains 4 clauses and was referred from the Committee on Law Amendments to the Committee of the Whole House without amendments.
Shall Clause 1 carry? Carry. Shall the remaining clauses carry? Carry. Shall the bill carry? Carry. The bill is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you please call Bill number 91, the Nova Scotia Museum Act?
Bill number 91, the Nova Scotia Museum Act. I recognize the clerk.
Mr. Chair, Bill number 91 was referred from the Committee on Law Amendments to the Committee of the Whole House without amendments, and Bill number 91 contains 19 clauses.
Shall Clause 1 carry? Carry. Shall the remaining clauses carry? Carry. Shall the bill carry? Carry. The bill is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you please call Bill number 92, the Municipal Government Act and the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter?
Bill number 92, the Municipal Government Act and Halifax Regional Municipality Charter. I recognize the clerk.
Mr. Chair, Bill number 92 was referred from the Committee on Law Amendments to the Committee of the Whole House without amendments and contains 18 clauses. So you're...
Shall Clause 1 carry? Carry. Shall Clauses 2 to 5 carry? Carry. Shall Clause 6 carry? Carry. I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
We do not support Clause 6 as we share a concern that the Liberals have future plans to further download costs of health care, in particular the capital costs of hospitals, onto municipalities throughout Nova Scotia.
Shall Clause 6 carry? Carry. The clause is carried. Order. I'm having a hard time hearing the clerk. Shall Clause 7 carry? I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
We do not support Clause 7 as we fundamentally disagree with the provision to increase property taxes with an area rate for the purpose of downloading costs of capital costs of hospitals onto municipalities.
Shall Clause 7 carry? Oh, I recognize the member for Halifax Needham. Sorry.
Just quickly, Mr. Chair, I want to express that we
initially heard those concerns and thought that they had some merit when we were in the law amendments process, but have since understood and been assured both by the department and also by the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities that in fact that reflects the current language and is not a change in any substance, and there's no substance of concern there. It reflects what has happened, in fact, in the past in Nova Scotia, where municipalities were involved in fundraising for local hospitals. We don't expect, and the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities has assured us that they don't expect that this speaks to some future plan. Thank you.
I recognize a member for Cumberland North.
We would like it to be on the record that there has never been an area rate added to property taxes in the province for the purpose of raising money for a capital cost of a hospital.
Shall Clause 7 carry? The clause is carried. Shall Clause 8 to 15 carry? Shall Clause 16 carry? The clause is carried. No one stood up. Will Clause 17 carry? Okay, I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Yeah. We do not support this clause as we fundamentally disagree with the provision to increase property taxes with an area rate for the purpose of raising funds for the capital cost of a hospital, as we believe this is downloading a provincial responsibility to municipalities.
Shall the clause carry? Carry. There is a request for a recorded vote on Clause 17. Are the whips ready to vote? Yes. 2 yeses, 1 no. How long? Okay, the bells will be rung until the whips are satisfied. Or 1 hour, whichever comes first. Are the whips satisfied? Just a reminder, we ask for silence during the vote, and a simple yes. Please stand up and a simple yes or no. I recognize the clerk.
Mr. Churchill.
Aye.
Mr. Fury.
Yes.
Ms. Regan.
Yes.
Mr. McClellan.
Yes.
Mr. McNeil. Ms. Casey.
Yes.
Mr. Glavine.
Yes.
Mr. Delory.
Yes.
Mr. Caldwell.
Yes.
Ms. Miller.
Yes.
Mr. Koutsoulis.
Yes.
Mr. Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Porter.
Yes.
Mr. Hines.
Yes.
Ms. Metlij-Diab.
Oui.
Mr. Ince.
Yes.
Mr. Rankin.
Yes.
Mr. Momberket.
Yes.
Ms. Arab.
Yes.
Mr. Horn.
Yes.
Mr. Jessam.
Yes.
Mr. McKay.
Aye.
Ms. Lonas Croft.
Yes.
Ms. DiCostanzo.
Oui.
Mr. Irving.
Yes.
Mr. Dunn.
No.
Mr. Bain.
No.
Ms. Masland.
No.
Ms. McFarlane.
No.
Mr. Houston.
No.
Mr. McMaster.
No.
Ms. Chender.
Yes.
Mr. Burrell.
Yes.
Ms. Zann.
Yes.
Ms. Roberts.
Yes.
Ms. LeBlanc.
Yes.
Ms. Martin.
Yes.
Ms. Smith McCrossan.
No.
Mr. Hullman.
No.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
No.
Mr. Orrell.
No.
Ms. Adams.
No.
Mr. Lohr.
No.
Mr. Johns.
No.
Ms. Pond.
No.
Mr. Rushton.
No.
Mr. McLeod.
No.
Mr. Harrison.
No.
I recognize the clerk.
Those in favor of the motion, 30. Those against the motion, 17.
The clause is carried. Shall clause 18 carry?
Carried.
Clause 18 is carried. Shall the title carry?
Carried.
Shall the bill carry?
Carried.
The bill is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you please call Bill number 95, the Emergency 911 Act?
Bill 95, the Emergency 911 Act. I recognize the clerk.
Mr. Chair, Bill number 95 contains 5 clauses and was referred from the Committee of Law Amendments back to the Committee of the Whole House without amendments.
Shall clause 1 carry?
Carried.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
We support Bill 95, the amended Emergency 911 Act. However, we would like it to be on the record that if the Liberals are gathering extra fees, more than what is necessary to manage the 911 system, generating an excess of approximately $500,000 per year, and now have an $8 million slush fund, then the fees should be lowered and adjusted to match the costs of the actual 911 service. However, if you are going to leave the same fee, as has been suggested, we ask that the slush fund of $8 million be used to improve 911 access by cell phones across the province.
Shall clause 1 carry?
Carried.
Shall the remaining clauses carry?
Carried.
Shall the title carry?
Carried.
Shall the bill carry?
Carried.
The bill is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you please call Bill number 97, the Credit Union Act?
Bill number 97, the Credit Unions Act. I recognize the clerk.
Mr. Chair, Bill number 97 contains 37 clauses and was referred back from the Committee on Law Amendments to the Committee of the Whole House on bills without amendments.
Shall Clause 1 carry? Shall the remaining... Shall 2 to 33 carry? Shall 34 carry? I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I urge the members of this House to vote against this clause. We suggested the same when we were in the Law Amendments Committee based on the letter which I think by now all members will have seen from the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner. Based on reports by the Auditor General and the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner, we know that the privacy breach last year, which we were discussing just this morning, was caused by this government's failure to take privacy concerns seriously. One of the lessons that we ought to be learning from that breach was that the government needs to do a better job in meeting its responsibility to the public in terms of transparency and protection of privacy. Now, we're told by the minister, we're told by many members of this government that they are, in fact, doing the work required. But if that's the case, it is deeply concerning that the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner, number one, wasn't consulted about this bill, and number two, the amendments here specifically address FOIPOP. This isn't, I mean, I think there's lots of bills that the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner should probably be consulted on. We'll be talking about another one later this afternoon. But in this case, we are specifically talking about exempting people in a piece of legislation from privacy legislation, and there was no discussion with the Office of the Information and Privacy Officer. We are clear that this government does not want to give that office order-making powers, but it's becoming somewhat farcical to suggest that they even care about what she has to say. In this case, she was more than clear that while the bill as a whole, which appears to me as mostly a housekeeping bill, most of which we're fine with, is fine, that this specific clause is unnecessary. This is exactly the culture that contributed to one of the largest data breaches in Nova Scotia history. I don't know why we would want to risk reinventing that wheel. We have an opportunity at this moment to go back and do better, and I am urging the government to take that opportunity. In her letter to the members of the Law Amendments Committee, Commissioner Tully very clearly explains her concerns with 4 aspects of the proposed amendment, and I can table that letter for those who haven't seen it. First, Section 225A sub 1 would allow the superintendent of credit unions to provide personal information to other governmental or regulatory authorities inside and outside of Canada without any of the protections afforded in the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, the FOIPOP Act. The government has not provided an adequate rationale for why this should be excluded from FOIPOP and the Personal Information International Disclosure Protection Act, PIIDPA. Second, notwithstanding those acts will result, not complying with those acts will result in a significant loss of transparency. Both of those laws allow exemptions, in fact, but they do so in a transparent manner. PIIDPA allows personal information to be stored and accessed outside of Canada, provided the head of the public body consents in accordance with Section 5 of that Act. Those decisions are publicly reported in annual reports published by the Minister of Justice. Notwithstanding FOIPOP will mean that individuals will not be able to make access to information requests for this information, if they can access the portal at all. Third, Section 225A sub 1 of the amendment appears to be focused on providing the superintendent with the authority to disclose personal information outside of Canada. What's not clear is why one of the more than 20 existing authorities for the disclosure of personal information under these acts is not adequate for the purposes of the superintendent. They have 20 reasons they could give for disclosing that information. Those aren't good enough? Do we want just to give everyone in the world free license to our information? Fourth and last, Section 225A sub 2 attempts to shroud information received under Section 225 sub 1 in secrecy. It permits the superintendent to simply determine that the information should be confidential. We already have a big issue with that, Mr. Chair. Superintendent has this discretion under FOIPOP. The superintendent can already say that things are confidential. Section 12 of FOIPOP allows the head of a public body to refuse to disclose information that would harm the relationship between the Nova Scotia government and other governments, or reveal information received in confidence from another government. Why is that not good enough, Mr. Chair? It's not clear why this portion of Clause 34 is necessary. These concerns are legitimate. It's one clause in a generally benign act, and one that, as far as I can tell, I have seen no reason why is super time sensitive. And so all we've asked in law amendments was that the committee take it back and give some good explanation why, once again, this government is flouting privacy concerns of Nova Scotians. So we're asking again here in Committee of the Whole that we listen to Commissioner Tully. She is the expert. These are her reasons. Satisfy her that this complies with basic privacy norms and bring it back. So for those reasons, my colleagues and Mr. Chair, I would urge the members in this House to vote against this particular clause of this bill.
So Clause 34, I recognize the member for Inverness.
How could you forget, Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair, what concerns me is the pace at which this concern was raised by the Privacy Commissioner at a law amendments meeting. There was agreement to delay passage from law amendments until it could be looked at again. Very speedily, another meeting was convened for the following morning, at which point it was very speedily passed through by the majority in the committee, because they felt, as I can understand from their vote, that they were comfortable with it. Now the challenge is the Privacy Commissioner raising something that is a reasonable concern. We've only heard from her there. My concern is, you know, when I look at it, I think, okay, I try to give the government the benefit of the doubt. And when I read things like, you know, in the clause that, you know, the superintendent may provide information to and receive information from other government authorities, I think about, okay, if somebody's investing in an RRSP, the institution has to report that to the government. So if somebody is claiming that they've invested in their RRSP and their income tax and they're getting a reduction in their taxes because of it, there has to be record keeping and the government has to be made aware. And I can understand that. It talks about regulatory authorities. Well, the industry is self-regulated, so you know, I would think that's reasonable, that the industry be made aware of if somebody has an investment account and they're in a lot of maybe risky securities and their risk tolerance that they were signed up for doesn't allow that, well then the regulatory authority needs to know that information to be able to ensure that the investor is protected. So, you know, these things sound good to me, Mr. Chair, but my concern is when somebody like the Privacy Commissioner raises something like that, and then we have a law amendments meeting where it's held over till the next day, and there's a meeting very quickly called, and it's very quickly passed through. It causes concern for me because, you know, I wonder, well, it may be fine for the government members to feel everything is okay with the world, but who are we in the opposition? What are we to think? And I think we should be accorded some maybe some more information on this so that maybe we could be more comfortable with it. I think the government should be embracing the Privacy Commissioner. If she raises a concern, why not accord her the respect? You know, maybe she doesn't understand the situation. I don't want to say that. Maybe she does. But the government should, at the very least, respect what she has to say. She's trying to represent concerns of Nova Scotians that they might have, address it, and if everything is fine with the world, then bring it here and ask us to pass it.
I recognize the member for, I'm losing it. Colchester North.
Thank you, and I do want to speak briefly to the comments from the member from Inverness. I appreciate that he does understand the bill. He does understand the importance of the role of the superintendent, and I do want to say, with respect to the concern with the privacy officer, that our office reached out to that office when we received the letter. The superintendent, in fact, spoke to 2 people in her office to provide that clarity, which we believed was a misinterpretation or a different interpretation than what we had when we drafted the bill. That information was shared by the superintendent with her office. We have heard nothing from her since that time. We believed that that explanation and that clarification satisfied and clarified, and as I said, we heard nothing more from her on that, but we believe that that clarification was provided.
The member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's just to speak a little bit to this process that's under discussion now. We can't know what happened in that conversation, and as I said, this does appear to be a housekeeping mostly bill. So we're not impugning any, with respect to my colleague from Inverness. We're also not implying that there's some kind of nefarious intent here. What we're saying is that, number one, that office should have been contacted before the bill came forward. Number two, when that bill went back to the Office of Information and Privacy Commissioner, I don't know what the Commissioner said to the people of the Department of Finance, but what we do know is that what the people in that office said to our caucus and said to the media was that they were not satisfied, and that they still felt strongly that that clause should come out of the bill. So I don't know, perhaps the government didn't get that feedback from the Commissioner, but they're getting it now, and they probably would have gotten it in the newspapers, that office is still not satisfied as far as we understand, and so our position has not changed.
Shall clause 34 carry? The clause is carried. Shall clause 35 to 37 carry? Clause is carried. Shall the title carry? Shall the bill carry? The bill is carried. I recognize the clerk. I recognize the clerk. No, we're good?
You're going to recognize the government.
I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you please call Bill number 99, the Assessment Act?
Bill number 99, the Assessment Act. I recognize the clerk.
Mr. Chair, Bill number 99 contains 3 clauses and was referred from the Law Amendments Committee to the Committee of the Whole House on Bills without amendment.
Shall clause 1 carry? Shall the remaining clauses I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
We support the change of the Assessment Act to repeal the bed and breakfast establishment taxation definition of 47A(1) and substitute with the definition of a small-scale residential tourist accommodation establishment. It is important to change legislation to reflect the changes within the shared economy. However, we do have concerns, Mr. Chair, that the Assessment Act does not identify the number of rooms and other criteria that in fact define a small-scale residential tourist accommodation, but rather is left to the discretion of the Governor and Council, and we do have concerns with that, Mr. Chair.
Shall the clause carry? Shall the remaining clauses carry? Shall the title carry? Shall the bill carry? The bill is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you please call Bill number 101, the Tourist Accommodations Registration Act?
Bill number 101, the Tourist Accommodation Registration Act. I recognize the clerk.
Mr. Chair, Bill number 101 contains 13 clauses and was referred from the Committee on Law Amendments to the Committee of the Whole House on Bills without amendment.
Shall Clause 1 carry? I recognize the member for Cape Breton-Richmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In essence, our caucus is very glad to see that, in fact, something is coming forward so that we have some data that we can see what the tourism industry is providing as far as short-term rental. And again, I want to commend the minister for putting together a working group. What I'm very concerned about, however, and this came to light as well at Law Amendments, is that the voice of those people for which this bill is being enacted is not reflected either in the working group final report or at Law Amendments. And it's very concerning to me that we're passing legislation for basically short-term rental hosts, for the most part, and the platform providers without thoroughly listening to all those that are involved. So you had about 25 people, I think, if my memory serves me correctly, on the working group, and yet only one was there as a host provider. So, 1 out of 25 is not a very good ratio as far as being able to get your concerns at the table and being able to reflect the best possible legislation to make certain that those approximately 3,000 people who are Nova Scotians, make certain that obviously the laws that we're passing are going to be reflecting their concerns as well. So you do a quick calculation of 3,000 people, an approximate median income of about $7,000 per person. That's a lot of money. That's $21 million, dollars. So it would be nice to see that those people that are generating that kind of an income for our tourism industry through short-term rental accommodations, that they are reflected in this bill as well. And that's my major concern here, is that we're not hearing from all of the players that should have been around the table. And because those hosts do not have currently an association that represents them, such as the Hotel Association or the Motel Association or B&B, they don't have an organized group to be able to bring forward their concerns and their voice within this legislation. So I would ask that this House take that into consideration when we're going through the rest of the bill. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Halifax-Needham.
Thank you. Broadly speaking, I think the revision to the Tourist Accommodations Registration Act is reflecting a reality that we're already living in, and therefore, we are not opposed. What I will say is that I think there are many perspectives on accommodations which don't come from a tourism perspective, that don't come from with an end goal of achieving those tourism revenues. Of course, that's an important sector, but the fact is that the constituency that I represent, the constituency that many of my colleagues represent, are attractive urban destinations for tourists where rental accommodations are hard to come by and are getting more expensive. And where I know, because I live it in my neighborhood, and I have conversations with constituents where shared accommodations, rented through these online platforms, are actually resulting in fewer rental accommodations available for longtime Nova Scotian residents, and I think forming a working group to advise the minister about this issue was a good initiative, except that there were whole perspectives on accommodations that were not present at that table. There was nobody from, for example, the Affordable Housing Association of Nova Scotia. And so I think that this has to be treated as step one towards looking at the implications of this disruption in our economy, this disruption in technology, so that we're ensuring that that neighborhoods, as we heard at law amendments, neighborhoods are left intact with long-term residents, that we're not making it more difficult for Nova Scotians who may rent for a period of time or for their whole lives to find decent places to live, and so that we're just ensuring that we are cognizant that housing is an absolute necessity for everyone, and that's why from our caucus we view it as a human right and as a social good, and tourism is great, and that's why we have had hotels and B&Bs and all the rental accommodations around the province that like many of you, I have enjoyed renting, but we must tread really carefully, and I think that the government has yet to wrap its heads around the implications of the disruption that is represented most notably by Airbnb for Nova Scotians just looking for a place to live. So, thank you.
Shall Clause 1 carry? Carry. Shall Clauses 2 to 3 carry? Carry. Shall Clause 4 carry? Carry. Shall Clause 5 carry? Carry. Shall Clause 6 carry? Carry. I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to draw the member's attention to CWHB NDP-1. We are moving an amendment to Clause 6, which reads sub A, add after paragraph E the following paragraph. F, respecting any matter necessary or advisable for the administration of a system of administrative penalties respecting platform operators, including I, the matters with respect to which an administrative penalty may be imposed on a platform operator, II, the amounts of administrative penalties, 3, the frequency at which the administrative penalties are to be charged for continuing violations, and 4, additional amounts for a second or subsequent penalty. So, Mr. Chair, as my colleague said, and as other opposition members have said, we are broadly also supportive of this bill. I think the old Tourism Accommodation Act, which I think the minister may have referenced at second reading, required the number of ashtrays to be present in a hotel room and other important items, deserves to go the way of the waste bin, and so it is, and I think that makes a lot of sense. I think people travel in a different way. And I think notwithstanding some concerns which will continue to evolve, some of which the member for Halifax Needham raised around housing affordability and availability in urban areas, but also other and very specific issues and opportunities with regards to the sharing economy in rural Nova Scotia, and how rural communities can take advantage of the ease with which people can avail themselves of a little bit of extra income. So to that point, I think this bill deals with that quite well. So I think if someone needs to rent an extra room or a garage that's on their own property, whether that's in urban HRM where housing is expensive and sometimes people need to find a way to afford it, or whether that's in rural areas where people want to continue to stay and make a livelihood but might need a little extra help, that's great. The key issue, though, that we see with this bill is that there is no easy avenue for enforcement. So while there are penalties contemplated, particularly on host operators, essentially they'd have to be prosecuted in order to be enforced, and the likelihood of that happening is low. And so all we're doing with this amendment, which I strongly feel should not be controversial is adding regulation-making power to allow the government to figure out how to levy administrative penalties. So whether that's a ticket or some other way, because essentially Airbnb and VRBO and HomeAway, those are big hotels. They're big, huge hotel operators. And they're bringing a lot of opportunity and money to our province. They're helping the tourism industry, but they need to be regulated. I think this Act respects that and acknowledges that. And all we are asking is that the government contemplate a future time at which they would want the ability to levy a penalty where one of those large hosts happens to be a bad actor or is not acting in the best interests of the folks who are taking advantage of that platform.
We are now voting on amendment put forward by the NDP named CWHB NDP 1. All those in favour? No. Shall the amendment carry? No. The amendment is not carried. Shall clause 6 carry? Shall the title carry? Shall the remaining clauses carry? Shall the title carry? Shall the bill carry? The bill is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that you do now rise and report these bills.
The motion is carried. The committee will now rise and report its business to the House. Order. It's right there. The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on Bill reports. I recognize the clerk.
That the Committee of the Whole has met and considered the following bills. Bills number 84, 90, 91, 92, 95, 97, 99, and 101 without amendments, and the Chairman has been instructed to recommend these bills to the favourable consideration of the House.
Order that these bills be read a third time on a future date. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call public bills for second reading?
All public bills for second reading.
Could you please call Bill number 109, the Pension Benefits Act?
The motion is for second reading on... I call Bill 109. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today, move that Bill number 109, the Nova Scotia Pension Benefits Act, be now read a second time. This bill, through the amendments, will update the Pension Benefits Act. We value the security that workplace-defined benefit pension plans provide, and we want them to continue so that Nova Scotians have peace of mind in their retirement years. There are over 130 defined benefit pensions registered under the Act, and that includes over 90,000 Nova Scotians who belong to those plans. This Act, Mr. Speaker, does not apply to the Nova Scotia Teachers' Pension Plan, the Public Servants' Superannuation Plan, or the Members' Retirement Allowance for MLAs. These plans, Mr. Speaker, are all governed by separate legislation. The changes we are making reflect input and feedback from employees, from employers, and from other interested parties. Through the consultation in 2017, Nova Scotians told us that some pension plans have struggled to remain solvent under the existing system. Employers told us that they wanted greater flexibility and stability. Employees told us that they were most concerned about the protection of their benefits. The changes in this Act are in response to both. The amendments offer employers greater flexibility in managing defined benefit to plans so that they can continue to offer them to their employees. They will improve the stability of the plans in many organizations, including private sector companies, municipalities, and universities. Specifically, Mr. Speaker, the changes to the Act will introduce reserve accounts, remove limits on the use of letters of credit, allow for the discharge of liability for annuity buyouts, improve the language regarding deemed trust provisions, and clarify that information provided to the Superintendent of Pensions may not be disclosed except as permitted by the Pension Benefits Act. The administrative changes will be effective when the bill passes. The remaining legislative changes are expected to be proclaimed and effective in the fall of 2019 following the development of the supporting regulations. We will continue, Mr. Speaker, to work to ensure that pensions are well managed, appropriate, and fair to all Nova Scotians. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to comments from members of the opposition.
I recognize the member for Inverness.
Mr. Speaker, all these pension details are quite boring until it's time to collect your pension, and then they become very important. And I know people's eyes often glaze over when they're hearing about these things, but they're very important. And I can think of no case that affected me representing the constituent of Inverness more so than when the New Page pensioners at what's now Port Hawkesbury paper faced a loss of upwards of 40% of their pension. And it was one of these style pensions, a defined benefit pension. So whenever these changes are brought before the legislature, we know they're important and that they matter to people. And Mr. Speaker, one thing I wanted to, before I forget, I would like the minister, if she can, at an opportunity that comes soon, to table the plans that this does impact. I know it impacts, I think, about 132 plans. If it's possible, it'd be nice to see the names of those plans, the organizations that are offering them. just for our interest. So, Mr. Speaker, I know these style plans, they really depend on good trends. And I think about, this is an issue that's not just affecting people in this province, it's affecting people all over the world. And I think of the car companies, the big three automakers in North America, and about how their pensions suffered because you had competition coming in from the Asian markets in the 80s. Sales started going down, automation came in, and those factors contributed to less need for employees in those car plants. So you had pension plans where you had many people retired, drawing money out of the plans, and you had fewer people now working in those companies contributing to the plans and depleting the funds in those plans. So a lot of those things are really out of the control of the companies and the pensioners, but they have to be recognized. And I think that's the impetus for this bill to come before the legislature, is to try to recognize some of these challenges are inherent and to try to keep these style of pension plans available, because we know people do. I think people love these kinds of pensions because they don't have to figure out what all the details are, and they should be able to trust if the organization, if a pension is registered in this province, they should be able to trust that the superintendent of pensions is safeguarding their pensions and ensuring that the rules are being followed and that decisions aren't getting made that are maybe against the interests of pensioners. And unfortunately, I believe we saw that in the new Page pension issue. We saw plan members being asked to vote on their pensions to give early retirements. And I don't think a lot of members realize that by offering the early retirements, the company was all for it because it didn't matter to them. It was just transferring, more risk to the pensioners and to the employees. And we soon found out a few months later that the company was not going to be sticking around anyway. They were going out of business. So, I don't think the interests of the pensioners, I don't think they were really, and as I go back to what I said when I started my speech, these details are boring until they matter. And it should have been explained to those pensioners what the ramifications were of that. Because you had that happening, then you had the stock market dropping, and also the trend of fewer workers at New Page making paper. So combine all those things together, all of a sudden you have a plan that is depleted, and the company's going into business, and there was I shouldn't be going on too much about this, Mr. Speaker, but I could. Probably boring everybody to death. But I recall at the time the plan was going to be wound up because that's what the rules stated. And I immediately thought, well, God, if you wind this plan up now, it's like you've invested in a bunch of stocks and you're going to sell when they're at their low point. So I introduced a bill that said, no, don't wind this up now. Give it a chance to keep going, so that maybe in time the markets will recover and the workers probably won't get 40% of what they've lost back, but maybe they'll get some of it back over time. So the government, of course, voted it down because they never pass opposition bills, and this was the previous government here we're speaking about, not this government. And but then they brought in their own bill to essentially do the same thing. So these things matter, Mr. Speaker, and one thing I would like to highlight is if changes are going to be made, I think it's very important that people understand, they know the security they have with a defined benefit plan, but if we're fundamentally changing the way these plans operate and the benefits that might be paid out at the end, I think it's important that people understand that they don't think that they still have a defined benefit plan in the traditional sense of the word. And I think that's important, and I would raise that as a caution for the government if passing this bill, not to let people think that everything is okay and everything is going to stay the same. I did read the discussion paper that this prompted, I think, or sort of background for this bill, And it seemed a bit encrypted to me because it was very short and a lot of technical terms that most people wouldn't really understand. And sometimes when we see reports from government, there are like glossaries of terms that would help people understand what's being discussed. And it's interesting, you do see from the report where people stand on the matter. And sometimes people aren't, and I think I'll leave it at the example I gave earlier. In the case of NewPage, they didn't care when some of the changes were being made to the plan because it wasn't affecting them. It was in fact removing their risk and removing their obligation to the pensioners. Another item at the time, and I want to mention this, Mr. Speaker, one of the other reasons why that plan took a hit is because they changed the solvency to allow it to go from 5% to 10% so that the company didn't have to bring the plan back to within 5% of solvency in that year, whatever the year was they're in. They were given a wider berth and more time to basically make up the shortfall that was in the plan. So the workers liked that because it meant they were paying less in, but the joke, and maybe this is not the best way to say it, but unfortunately, that wasn't a good thing for them because it also meant the company didn't have to put in, they could put in less money into the plan in that year. So, and it was something that everybody wanted at the time, and I guess we can't be too critical because who could have predicted that the company would be out of business so soon thereafter. But there's no question, where you stand depends on where you sit, if I may quote the late Cyril Reddy. And there's different interests on this issue. And I know that many employers are trying to be responsible and give their employees a good pension, but there are instances when, like the case I just described, where sometimes the interests don't align. So some of the things from the discussion paper, I'll just make note for the record. There was discussion of, an idea to have a guarantee fund, but to have a guarantee fund, there's going to be a price attached to that. Somebody's going to have to pay for that. It might be the pensioners themselves to pay an extra premium to have their defined benefit pension guaranteed, or maybe there's some expectation that government would come in and backstop it. Unfortunately, when we see things like what happened with the Sears pension, it's too late. And people look to government and say, well, you can't let these people take such a hit on their pensions. But if the rules are set up properly, people should know where their pension stands at any given point in time, and it shouldn't be a surprise to them. And changes should be made all along the way before they become such a big problem as they became for people who were affected by that plan. Another bill that I introduced here a number of years ago would require defined benefit plans to disclose to their pensioners each year, to their plan members, the state of the plan, so that they would understand the state it's in. And if there was going to be a change made, explain it. Don't send people some legalese document of 15 pages that they're never going to read or understand. And I don't mean to insult anybody, Mr. Speaker. Most people that get something like that, it would take tremendous patience and great effort for anybody, no matter what their educational background, to understand those kinds of documents. So the bill was to put it in plain English, if you will, what any changes, if they were happening that year, would mean for a plan member, a future pensioner. So the going concern, this is an interesting one. I don't think the government actually went with going concern in this bill. It's kind of an intriguing thing, and I'm just trying to get my understanding of it myself, but I guess even if a plan was going to be in the situation where it could wind up, it could still keep going. But if it couldn't, I would think that it would kind of defeat the purpose of a defined benefit plan or getting rid of the solvency requirements. So I'll speak a little more on that later, but I was doing this last night, and perhaps I should have wrote more notes, Mr. Speaker. So The other type of plan that's becoming more common is a targeted benefit plan, which is becoming popular. And of course, our federal finance minister, his family's company, is promoting this plan, and they're doing quite well with it. And I think New Brunswick has gone to that. And I don't mean to say that that might not be a good option, those style of plans. You know, if those kind of plans are in place, they might solve something like what we see with the teachers' plan right now, where if changes happen, if there are fewer teachers today than there were many years ago, and because right now we have retired teachers receiving better benefits relative to teachers who are going to retire in the future, yet they're in the same plan. One thing I think about is, well, maybe teachers are a bit better paid today, even adjusted for inflation, you know, in relative terms compared to their predecessors. So, you know, maybe they're getting better compensated in terms of their pay each year, but in terms of their pensions, it's quite clear that current teachers are not going to get the same kind of pension, despite them being in the same plan with former teachers who are now retired. So a target benefit plan would be based on the plan's ability to pay at any given time. And it might address a problem. The problem with the teachers' plan is it's gotten bigger and bigger over the years, and its solvency, I think it's down to, I had heard it was 75%, but I think it's above that at the moment. It's closer to around 80%, I think. So, but still a significant shortfall there. So, Mr. Speaker, I think I've said plenty, and I could say more. But I think I've said plenty, and I can appreciate where this bill is coming from and whose interest it's trying to serve. We look forward to hearing from presenters at Law Amendments, and I do hope we hear from people whose interests are at play here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will keep my comments very brief. I also was pleased to see the documents that my colleague referenced, the consultation documents. We know that this bill came out of conversations with retirees, plan members, other stakeholders, unions, and we were glad to see that cooperation and conversation. I think that my colleague has ably canvassed everything there is to know about pensions and questions we might be asking. So I'll save my own rendition for third reading, but in the meantime, definitely look forward to hearing people come forward at Law Amendments. Pensions, as we've discussed, are an area, indeed, as my colleague said, that are boring and until they're not anymore, and until they matter to you or for all of us, to our constituents, of course. But they also, there are a lot of players at the table in discussing these things. We have experts, we have plan members, we have organizations, employers, unions. So it'll be really, I really look forward to hearing those voices at Law Amendments and to coming back into this conversation at third reading.
If I am to recognize the minister, it will be to close debate on Bill 109.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the members opposite. I appreciate the comments. I took some notes, and I too look forward to this going to Law Amendments. There certainly was opportunity during the consultation for people's voices to be heard. We believe that the legislation responds to what both employers and employees were asking for. However, there is that other opportunity at Law Amendments, and I do hope that those folks who may not have been part of the consultation or who now are looking at this through a different lens will take advantage of that opportunity. So with those few words, I do close debate on Bill 109, the Nova Scotia Pensions Benefit Act.
The motion is for second reading of Bill 109, the Pensions Benefit Act. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the clerk.
Bill number 109, an act to amend Chapter 41 of the Acts of 2011, the Pension Benefits Act.
Ordered that this bill be referred to the Committee on Law Amendments. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call Bill number 106, the Coastal Protection Act?
Bill 106, the Coastal Protection Act. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to welcome to the House as well my colleague from the Department of Environment, Mr. John Summers, who has been instrumental in making this, doing all the work on this bill, and I want to thank him for that. So I'm very pleased to speak here today about the Coastal Protection Act and what it means for Nova Scotians, both today and future generations. We all know that climate change is not theoretical. It's a reality. It's causing our sea levels to rise, increasing the risk of coastal flooding and putting our coastlines at risk. We must adapt to our changing climate. That's why our government introduced legislation that will protect our coast. The Coastal Protection Act will set out clear rules for what we can and can't be done in coastal protection zones. This legislation will help us protect our salt marshes, our dunes, and other coastal features. This means that they can continue to shelter birds and other sea life, filter water, and help our coastline adapt naturally to the impacts of climate change. And it will ensure that new development in our coastal protection zones takes climate change into account in the planning stages. Mr. Speaker, I know there are landowners who have existing properties who are now at risk of coastal erosion and who want the government to step in. The legislation is not about having government move existing buildings. It's not about funding breakwaters or retaining walls. Instead, this legislation deals with future construction, and it's meant to prevent today's problems from happening to tomorrow's homes, businesses, and cottages. We can't change the past, Mr. Speaker, but we can ensure that new construction is built in safer places where it's not at a high risk of flooding or coastal erosion. Last summer, we consulted with Nova Scotians through an online survey. As well, we consulted with municipalities, professional organizations, fishers, and others. We held a series of 16 targeted in-person meetings across the province, from Yarmouth to Port Hawkesbury. We received 1,306 completed surveys and lots of important, valuable feedback from municipalities and the other groups that we spoke with. They told us in no uncertain terms, Mr. Speaker, that this was an important issue and one worth addressing through legislation. Municipalities want us to make sure that we were streamlining the requirements as much as possible and avoiding a quagmire of conflicting legislation. That has been our goal all along, to ensure that these new rules are as easy to understand and follow as possible, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to work with them over the next 12 to 18 months as we develop the regulations that will set out how this legislation will work. Mr. Speaker, putting the legislation in place is an important step, but it's only one of the steps that we have taken to address climate change. As we all know, we've heard in this House, Nova Scotia is a leader in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Last fall, we set one of Canada's most ambitious targets to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Our goal is to reduce emissions by 40 to 50% from the 2005 levels by the year 2030. Nova Scotia successfully introduced a cap-and-trade program that will continue to allow us to reduce greenhouse gas emissions while protecting the pocketbooks of all Nova Scotians. Our province continues to support and encourage renewable energy, like wind and solar, along with energy efficiency measures that will help Nova Scotians reduce their energy while saving money. Nova Scotians care about climate change. They want to know that we're doing more to reduce the impacts and to ensure that we are prepared for what we cannot prevent. I'm proud to say that that's exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. And with that, I move second reading of Bill 106, the Coastal Protection Act.
I recognize the member for Sackville-Beaverbank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I believe I'm on the record as of yesterday, as well as other members of our caucus, saying that we certainly support environment and recognize global warming and the effects that it has, and as such, the rising sea levels, greater issues of flooding, coastal erosion, all these things that are being addressed here today, and we are supportive of most of it. I do have a couple concerns and questions that maybe the minister could clarify in closing before it goes to law amendments. It was funny, the minister had mentioned that it's clear rules, setting out clear rules here, but I see that they're not as clear as what they, as the minister may think they are, I think. The first of all is I'm concerned over the fact I recognize that in this act it actually trumps 12, I think it's 12 other acts that currently exist. So I'm curious to know how they're going to refer back to this particular act. There's 12 different ones: agriculture, cemeteries, municipal government act being one of the more significant ones that's impacted by this. And I don't think the MGA actually, I don't think has regulations at all yet in the MGA Act, and it's been left up to municipalities to look at setbacks. So I'm curious to know about how that's going to impact and how those other 12 are going to be amended. I certainly attest to the need to be progressive and looking into the future, trying to address some of the issues in new construction. I personally can attest to my experiences in regards to properties along Union Street in Bedford, which for numerous years when I was on council, we were approached by the councillor from that area, numerous different councillors from that area, asking to look at purchasing that property because of the flooding issues there when they were constructed. But at the same time, I recognize the significant impact that this can also have on municipalities, because we're now restricting where they can build and what can happen. And so, for instance, being Queen's Marquee, I believe it is, or King's Marquee, which is just down the street here, which is a multi-million dollar development that's going, I don't think would have happened under this legislation, and as of thus, the municipality would have been short that income. That, I mean, those buildings generate millions and millions of dollars in tax revenue for municipalities across the province. So, and then even in rural areas, we have many areas that are floodplains. I'm curious to know. I don't really get how this affects. I understand how it affects the coastal properties, but my interpretation is this could also impact floodplains. So areas like Shubenacadie or Millwood, I have a subdivision, Millwood subdivision, which currently is in a floodplain. It was constructed in a floodplain. The province owns significant lands that are left there that have not been developed. You know what? Under this legislation, my understanding is that those properties are not going to be able to be developed. In this case, the developer and the owner being the province. So I'm curious to know about that. I'm also curious. I note that although it talks about what it wants to achieve, what the bill wants to achieve, it's kind of vague in saying exactly what areas will be affected, and it would be nice to be able to see more mapping actually done, so that we could actually see what areas are being affected and overlay, while at the same time the quote, I believe it talks about the high water mark being the distance, and my concern there is that could potentially always be in flux as well, as either water rises or settles. That high water mark adjusts, and thereby the distance and the setbacks would also adjust. So I'm curious about that. I'm curious to know. under the 7 principles that were actually there that that are highlighted in Section 7, it talks about 7 different principles that the Act is aiming to. I'm curious to know whether or not those principles were established through the public consultation process or whether those principles were established by staff in-house. And in addition to that, in regards to the public consultation process, I'm wondering if the minister might address on how much of the public consultation process was done by departmental staff versus Ecology Action. I believe Ecology Action and there was another group, I believe they were out doing some public consultation as well. So I'm curious to know if that was on behalf of the government or in lieu of the government, or and what kind of public consultation the government actually did as well. Ecology Action Centre and ECE Law were the 2 that I'm curious what role that they had to play, and I certainly commend the work of Ecology Action. I've been over numerous times and through my municipal career, and have seen the good work that they do. But at the same time, I know that often their goals are counter to what developers and municipalities and governments sometimes want. So I'm curious to, I do feel sometimes we can have that happy medium where we walk the line, but if we have the fox in charge of the chicken coop out doing all the consultations, and then what we get back may be somewhat slighted. So I'm curious about that as well. So I touched on Millwood. Also, I note under section 15, there's it highlights the designate professions. That there has to be a designated professional that is qualified to make recommendations in regards to these setbacks and that. And I'm not really certain who determines who that person is and what qualifications that they have that actually to me, that's a bit of a red flag as well, and I do know, and I know that this is a work in progress. I think that this is significant. It is important. I think it's something that needs to be done and be done right. But having said all that, I also kind of feel that it's somewhat being put. I also feel that it's somewhat being pushed forward without quite being a finished product. And I did note in I think it was a CBC article I read, I don't have it with me, but I did note that Mr. Sommers from the department did say that it's a work in progress and it's in flux, and it would be nicer to see it a little bit more concrete. So with that, I'll leave it here. I certainly look forward. I hope that municipal units and municipalities, councillors from across the province, as well as developers and everybody come out, certainly people from Ecology Action and people that are concerned about that. I certainly look forward to hearing and seeing and listening to what people have to say during law amendments and then coming back here. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member for Truro Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to Bill 106, the Coastal Protection Act. First of all, I'm glad to see that the purpose of this act is to protect the province's coast for future generations by preventing development and activity in coastal locations that could get damaged from the rising floods and tides, and it could put residents and buildings at risk from the sea level rise as well, storm surges, and also coastal erosion. It is going to establish clear province-wide rules concerning what can and cannot be done along the vulnerable coastlines, and that it's committed to preserving the dynamic and changing nature of our coast. It also acknowledges that sea level rise, coastal flooding, storm surge, and coastal erosion pose significant threats to the safety of future development in our coastal areas, and it establishes a coastal protection zone along the coast based on the ordinary high water mark, and its exact area will eventually be established in regulations. So I'm glad to see all of this in this act. However, I am a little concerned that it doesn't deal with future, with existing structures, and the permitted activities are also exempt at this point. It doesn't address funding or address existing homes or infrastructure, just future-oriented. So that is a little concerning for me, especially given that 70% of Nova Scotia's population lives within 20 kilometers of the coast. You know, as somebody who lives on a floodplain, I know that Truro and places like this are extremely vulnerable already. But we do support the bill, and I am looking forward to hearing any concerns and suggestions at law amendments. But I think that the bill is long overdue. And I'm also glad to hear that experts and ecological organizations have been adequately engaged in shaping the bill. I'm not certain if any First Nations communities or leaders have been adequately consulted, but I would like to see them consulted as well. So in the broad strokes, Bill 106 seems to get it right, and I'd say is a much needed step in the right direction. As somebody who has had family cottages along the northern shore, we've seen the effects of coastal erosion quite dramatically. My mom and dad had a cottage in Bass River for many years, and when we first bought it, as the Minister of Finance would recognize, when we first had that cottage back in the 1970s, you used to be able to play Frisbee out in front of it and have long swaths of area to play on, and bit by bit that all disappeared until it's gone. The outhouse was the last thing that was left with a little painted moon on it, and then that went over the bank too. So Mom and Dad actually moved from there to a place in Seafoam, which is between Pictou and Tatamagouche. And even that one, same thing. You had big, huge, wide swath of lawn in front of it where all the kids and grandkids and people played. But now it is right up to their deck. And as somebody who has a cottage in Cape John, which is also between Tatamagouche and Pictou, I've noticed that while my cottage is fine, there are new cottages and homes being built so close to the banks that I think it's insane, really. A lot of these people, they live in Halifax, and maybe they're not aware of what they've just bought, but there are these huge, beautiful properties that are a stone's throw from the edge of the water, and I don't think adequate work was done to protect them. You can already see rivulets running down from the grass where they've gotten rid of all the trees. There's no trees between their cottages and the ocean, and really that's a crying shame, because those trees and the roots in the trees hold that soil together, and maybe they're not aware. They mow right to the edge of it, and already you can see the damage that is being done, and it actually affects everybody else. So the people in Cape John are worried about their own properties because of all of this kind of activity that it really should not have been allowed. So anyway, as somebody who has seen this myself, and I'm sure anybody else who's had places right along the coast, we've seen it, I'm very concerned about coastal erosion and the surging tides and the rising seas. And so I'm glad to see that this bill is coming forward. But I do look forward to hearing what else people have to say in law amendments. And we'll wait until then for further comments. Thank you.
If I'm to recognize the minister, it will be to close debate. Oh. I recognize the member from Sydney River Mire, Lewisburg.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I just wanted to say a few words. I think it is a long overdue piece of legislation, but I do have some major concerns about existing properties who are built along the shoreline. And in my constituency, in particular in the village of Port Morion, we have a number of homes that have been located there for years, and the houses haven't moved, but the the ocean has come closer to them. And the people living in them are mostly retirees, and it's the most important asset that they owned. It is their home. They're not anxious to leave, but I'm just hopeful that while we're considering about the future, we look after the past. We look after the people who helped build our province and made it so strong. The people in Port Morion, there are a number of homes there that people have actually had to leave because of the way the erosion has taken place. So I know there are probably many other places, Mr. Speaker, throughout the province that have the same issue, but this is one that's close to home that you can notice, and I think those that have driven to the community of Port Morion will see what and know what I'm talking about. I see the member for Glace Bay acknowledging as he's been there many times as well. So it's a piece of legislation that's needed, but it is also important when we're making legislation that we think about the people that have already been affected by some of this stuff, and I'm sure that's what drove us to even think about this type of legislation to begin with. So with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I'll take my place.
I recognize the member for Victoria the Lakes.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I feel obligated that I must speak, since we're talking about protection, that I bring up the Inkanish Ferry breakwater as a prime example of what's happening. This is something that has been brought to the attention of various government departments, and it continues to get worse. And the member from Sydney River Mars Lewisburg is right. We have to look at the future, but we also have to deal with the present because it's going to be a lot worse. So with those few words, I'll take my place.
That'll be an answer.
If I'm to recognize the minister, it'll be to close debate on Bill 106.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the members opposite for their comments. The member from Sydney, Myra Lewisburg. Sydney River, Myra Lewisburg, the Honourable Member for Victoria the Lakes, the member from Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River, and I'm missing somebody. Yes. Sackville-Cobequid. Anyway, yeah, exactly. There are so many things that still need to be worked out in this bill, certainly, but a lot of these things have been discussed and certainly aren't showing up in my remarks. So let me just cover a few of these things. The consultation for that question was all done by the department. The 13,006 respondents were all done by the department, as was the inline the consultation, or in-person consultation. As for the Ecology Action Centre and ECOLA, they are stakeholders, certainly having their input and being part of that consultation process. So we were absolutely listening to what they had to say, and possibly could have taken some of those recommendations in hand. How this will impact the municipalities, we're going to be dealing a lot of this in the regulation over the next 18 months. We'll certainly be consulting some more on the regulations. Municipalities are quite aware. Many of them already have regulations in place on setbacks that are already probably going to exceed what we, what will become upon as the final number. We certainly don't have that final number yet, but that certainly will be laid out in the regulations. How it impacts tidal properties, it certainly will. As you mentioned, the Shubenacadie area, that's part of my constituency and where I grew up, and it's going to make sure that homes aren't built on areas that we know are going to flood. We've seen major flooding in Shubenacadie, and we want to make sure that when people are building there, it isn't going to simply be about the municipality giving a building permit and expecting, for monetary purposes or whatever, they're giving a building permit knowing that there could be a real risk of flooding in the future. So this is about flooding and erosion, of of course, and making sure that that is handled. We discussed a little about site professionals. We have some areas of the province that are not subject to erosion and possibly have elevations already in place. So those people will have the opportunity to hire a site professional that will be able to evaluate their property and give them an exemption from the regulations. To speak about the fisheries, any kind of business that needs the coastal properties, that needs, say it's a fish plant, or if it's a fisher that needs to have his wharf and have access to the ocean, those all would be exempt as well from the program. We're going to be giving, we have to give the municipalities 12 months notice before anything goes to effect, so they'll have lots of time to make some changes and see to the impacts. See some of my notice. The existing structures and the buildings and elevations. As to that point, any existing structures that are already there won't be impacted by this. We know that these are all private landowners. This legislation will not come with a pool of money. It won't have anything in place that's going to be able to subsidize people from moving their homes. This is about the future. But if we're also looking at maybe a person has a coastal cottage and wants to convert that to a home, that certainly isn't going to be allowed, because you're exactly doing the opposite thing of what the intent of the bill is. Small renovations can be done, things like a deck or, adding a little sunroom or something like that. Minor ones that still have the same intent of that facility would be allowed, but not for major renovations. First Nations consultation. Certainly they have been asked to comment on the bill. I think they approached all the bands in the province, and so they've been part of the consultation process. I believe that covers all the questions that I heard, and with that, I move to close second reading on Bill 106, the Coastal Protection Act.
The motion is for second reading of Bill number 106, the Coastal Protection Act. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the clerk.
Bill number 106, an act respecting coastal protection in Nova Scotia.
Order that this bill be referred to the Committee on Law Amendments. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call Bill number 112, the Education Act?
Bill number 112, the Education Act. I recognize the Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I move that Bill number 112, an act to amend Schedule A of Chapter 1 of the Acts of 2018, the Education Act respecting student protection, now be read a second time. Mr. Speaker, we are bringing in these amendments to the Education Act in response to what everyone in this chamber can agree was an alarming amount of serious criminal charges that relate in our education system this year, involving acts as serious as luring, possession of child pornography, sexual assault, and assault. And the objective of these changes is to increase our ability to protect our students and ensure they are being taught in a safe environment, Mr. Speaker. And we are doing that by providing legislative authority to enact 4 key tactical procedures to better screen our staff, gather information on the people who are in front of our children who are entrusted with their care. And so those 4 key tactics that this legislation will allow us to pursue. One is reoccurring criminal record checks. The current system only requires 1 initial criminal record check before an entry into employment in the education system. We will be changing that to ensure that there are reoccurring criminal record checks every 5 years. The initial criminal record check will be at the cost of the employee, as is currently the case. The subsequent ones, we will be covering the cost of those. The second objective this will help us achieve, Mr. Speaker, is annual declarations. So if there is a conviction in between the 5 years of criminal record check, an employee will be required to disclose a conviction if that were to be the case. We'll also be mandating the immediate disclosure of a charge in the event that that happens with one of our employees. And the fourth tactic that this will allow us to implement is achieving a consistency when it comes to the criminal record checking and screening of those who are volunteering in our education system, Mr. Speaker. So these changes will help us gather information on every single person in the system, pertinent information on every single person in the system that has direct point of contact with our students. Mr. Speaker, we will be moving from the fractured system of the board governance structure into our integrated structure. We'll also be ensuring that there is consistent application of these new policies and regulations. While this is first and foremost about protecting students, Mr. Speaker, this is also about protecting the integrity of a valued, critical, and distinguished profession, and a number of professions in our education system, Mr. Speaker. As politicians know all too well, if there is one of us who acts in a way that's unbecoming of our office, many others get painted with the same brush. This also happens for other professions. If we are better at identifying bad actors or potential risks in the system, this will also help us ensure that the public confidence and integrity of the professions in our education system are protected as well. This has been endorsed by the teachers union. We have not heard opposition from any of the other employee unions in our education system. We will be implementing regulations that will allow us to move forward in the intended ways as I've discussed, Mr. Speaker, and we will be working with the representatives of those employee groups as we do that. Student safety is a fundamental duty that any minister, any government has when it comes to the governing and managing and operating of our education system, Mr. Speaker, and these changes will help us enhance our ability to protect students who are entrusted into our care. Thank you.
Recognize the member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to rise to offer a few comments on Bill 112, an Act to amend Schedule A of Chapter 1 of the Acts of 2018, the Education Act respecting student protection. Bill 112 is an important piece of legislation. Actually, Mr. Speaker, any legislation that involves our children, our most vulnerable population, is so important. Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotia's public education system employs approximately 20,000 teaching and non-teaching staff and supports more than 120,000 students. Last November, after repeated incidents, the minister stated he favored changing rules to make schools safer for students, and I welcome that. One victim is too many. Yesterday, we saw the minister's response with new legislation that affects teachers and non-teaching staff who work with our students throughout this province. This legislation is creating new criteria for teachers and educational supports in our public school system. Student safety and protection will be strengthened with these amendments. The minister has mentioned the 4 specific changes to the Act, which will include mandatory criminal record checks for regional centres and CSAP employees on a regular and ongoing basis during their employment. All employees will be required to sign a declaration each school year indicating they have not been convicted of a criminal offence, and all employees will be required to report to their employers if they have been charged or convicted of a criminal offence immediately. And additional amendments to pre-employment checks, including the vulnerable sector check and child abuse registry, will be required. The legislation also follows for regulations that will set out record check requirements for individuals such as volunteers. Mr. Speaker, our caucus does have a few questions concerning this bill, but I want to be very clear that it's not with the intent of this legislation. Those questions are surrounding the collection and storage of private information. We know the FOIPOP Commissioner was not consulted on this piece of legislation. And Mr. Speaker, I ask the question why? Why was the Privacy Commissioner not consulted? Where will this collected documentation be stored? In a file folder of an employee, electronic record, and who will have access to this private information? Who will be the caretakers of this information? Will the criminal record, child abuse registry, and vulnerable sector checks be protected from outside breaches? Sadly, we know that this government does not have the full trust of Nova Scotians because of past privacy breaches, so we need to make sure we get this right. Not only students need protection, but people's personal information needs to be protected also. Mr. Speaker, nowhere in this legislation can I find how this sensitive personal information will be stored or released, so I look forward to hearing from the Minister on those questions. The other matter that comes to mind is what happens when Centres for Education and the CSAP find someone whose checks do not meet the expectations or requirements of a position. Will there be exemptions to this policy? And if so, what will they be? What will the government's role be in dealing with implicated workers? Mr. Speaker, with those short remarks and questions, I will close by saying I do agree with the Minister's comments that he's made inside and outside the chamber that we need to ensure that we're providing a safe, inclusive and learning environment for students across this province while protecting the integrity of the education profession. And I'll add to that every one of us in this House owe it to our children that we are doing everything in our power to keep them safe. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Minister for bringing forth this piece of legislation and look forward to hearing from presenters at Law Amendments. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I will reserve, I think, most of my remarks on this bill for third reading, but I agree with all my colleagues in this House that student safety is paramount. I think, in general, we don't have a big issue with this bill. I would echo again the concerns that I somehow find myself raising in all different venues today, which is that as far as we know, the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner was not consulted on this bill. This bill will greatly increase the number of personal records that the Department of Education is going to be handling. It's not clear, as my colleagues have pointed out, how those records will be handled. Of course, I have every reason to believe that the government will take seriously the protection of people's individual privacy, but we do have expertise available to us in this chamber about how to do that. And again, the fact that that office has not been consulted and that we don't have clarity at this juncture about how those records will be protected is of some concern. But for the rest of the bill, our understanding, as the minister spoke, is that he has consulted the unions and the employees, and have made general efforts to ensure that everybody is on side with this. I think regular reporting is fine and in accord with how lots of other public institutions work. I think that when we look more specifically at the charges that have been laid and the challenges that we have, there are also probably some other systemic ways that we can get at these challenges, but certainly this is one step in the right direction. With those few comments, I will look forward to presentations at Law Amendments and to the hopeful consultation of this Department of Education and Early Childhood Development with the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner, and I will take my seat.
If I'm to recognize the minister, it will be to close debate on Bill 112.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I very much appreciate the comments of the members opposite. The members have asked some pertinent and important questions in relation to the implementation of the bill. In relation to the Privacy Commissioner, while the Privacy Officer's Office was not directly engaged in consultation of the drafting of this, the previous recommendations of the Privacy Officer were fully considered and informed the drafting of this bill. In terms of the protection of private information, the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act will still apply in all regards to the collection of this information. So the members opposite can be assured that that act will be applicable in this situation. Individuals collecting this, the member from Queens Shelburne asked about the implementation in the event that one of our employees has either had a charge or conviction. I want to make sure the House understands that every single situation will be treated as an individual situation. Of course, all charges are not of great concern to the department or to the employer. The only initial action that will be taken if there is a charge or conviction that's disclosed is a meeting to discuss the nature of the charges. Obviously, if there is, if the charges are of a nature that are deeply concerning to the ability for that or those individuals to do their duties and to bring into question their ability to put the safety of children first, obviously that's something that would be a red flag, would instigate an investigation, and that can lead up to any disciplinary action, including depending on the appropriate care and due diligence. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I move to close second reading on Bill 112.
The motion is for second reading of Bill number 112, the Education Act, an act to amend respecting student protection. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the clerk.
Conclude following the daily routine and QP, of course. Second reading on Bills 116, and with time permitting, we will cover third readings on Bills 84, 90, 91, 92, 95, 97, 99, 101.
The motion is that the House rise to meet again on March 15th between the hours of 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. Would those in the favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. We stand adjourned.